And then for third, it was Mirko Bortolotti in the Emil Frey Lamborghini. Lukas Stolz ran fourth as the cars all in a line. Identical GT3 spec came out of La Source, plunged downhill. Battles in Pro-Am, gold, silver and bronze. And 3 wide, they made the run up towards Les Combes as Nigel Bailly got tagged into the gravel by Kenny Harville, although the car amazingly was pushed out of the gravel and back into the race. Loris Spinelli got involved with Janus Fitje. And then we had Com Ledegaard being given a bit of a squeeze by Lukas Stolz. They came down the hill. Porsche on the grassy then did Com Ledegaard have to fight with Raffaele Marciello, but Raffaele made his move and he made it stick going into Les Combes. Through right, through left, and we then lost Cesar Gazzo's Audi. Big spin and a big impact into the barriers as well. The car just kept on rolling all the way back to the pit lane, but the damage was so severe that that was the first retirement of the race. Drama down at the chicane as well. Valentin Pierberg getting involved with Jens Liebhauser's Mercedes. Liebhauser then was given a bit of a hit and shoulder by Enrique Chavez, which put him in the gravel and brought out a full course yellow into a safety car. On the restart, Isaac Tutumla Lopez was turned around by the Iron Dames Ferrari. Others hit the brakes in avoidance and damage was sustained to the 23 Aston Martin of Alex Riberas. Patrick Niederhauser tried to get up and past Davide Rigon, and as another full course yellow was called, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar piled into the back of Alex Malikin, and that put those 2 cars out of the race as well. Number 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari trying to make progress through on the inside of the Porsche of EMA Motorsport. The battles raged on in the classes. More drama for Jens Liebhauser's Mercedes getting turned around by Christopher Haase. Number 12 Audi, that car also a retirement as off the road fell Karim Auger down at turn 9. Found somebody else's gravel and that put that car off the road. On the restart, the battles continued as light started to fade and the field battled down through Radion as off the road and back on again went the Sky Tempesta Mercedes. Antonio Fuoco was a man on a mission as well, diving through the traffic, oh so close to the back of some of the Silver Cup cars, but he gained the place and got away with that moment as on the inside line, number 88, the Acodis ASP Mercedes took a place away from the Get Speed entry as the cars battled on into the darkness. For the fans, there was the concert and the fireworks to enjoy, but for the Boutsen team, retirement beckoned as the number 10 Audi of Adam Ateki slowed right down and that car had to be retrieved from the circuit. We also had a spin from Sebastian Bode and others got it wrong as well, coming out of turn 9, dropping off the road down through the gravel trap on the outside of the circuit there to catch out the unwary. But the battles raged on. It didn't matter which category you were in, there was somebody to fight against, and especially with the interruptions, the field bunching up and creating even more exciting racing all the way through the field. Jules Gounon was a man on a mission too. The 88 Mercedes diving through traffic on the inside at La Source, and Danny Juncadella likewise looking for his best result in his time in the race. 88 moving ahead of 71 Ferrari, a significant moment in the outcome of the race. Albert Costa on an outlap ran wide coming out of the pit path and charged the barrier. The damage to the Emil Frey Lamborghini enough to put that out of the race, and a very unhappy Albert Costa dragged the remains back to the pit lane but going no further, and also crashing out in the darkness was Alfred Renard, who doesn't often do things like that, but the 911 Porsche out of the race. Mechanical problems did for the Bentley, that also out, and then off the road went Matt Payne sizably at Blanchimont, a red flag stopping the race for an hour. From the safety car, we got back underway and the field battled once more down through La Source, and with the gaps having come right down, this is where the gun drivers really were on their toes to try to make a big difference to shuffle around that order. Coming over the timing line, number 46 Audi of Valentino Rossi, Nico Müller and Fred Verviche trying to gain places. There was more contact up at the top of Les Combes that did for number 5 out of the race, Gabriele Piana, and also did damage to number 21 Ferrari. Cedric Sbarrazzuoli's car did survive, but a long way down. At Attempto Racing, the mechanics took a few moments rest as number 98 BMW took the race lead and the points at the 6-hour mark and again at the 12, and that car very much part of that leading gang. Jules Gounon was put back into 88 at sunrise and was quickly making his way through the traffic as Charles Weerts was caught out by a slow McLaren and was hit very hard from behind by Valentino Rossi's Audi, and that car with lots of frontal damage limped its way back to the pit lane. And as the field was about to go under safety car conditions, so we had a spin here out of number 51, the Iron Lynx Ferrari. It survived it, red-faced driver, and everybody then bunched up behind the safety car with 71 Davide Rigon leading from 47 Nick Tandy. And then as the race got back underway, number 88 Mercedes, Raffaele Marciello, working its way back up the order. But Lello would make a small mistake coming out of the Cours Paul Frere. We had a good Gold Cup battle going on between Valkenhorst and Sky Tempesta. BMW taking on Mercedes. A brave effort by Dan Harper round the outside of Blanchimont against Mauro Engel. That's one to put in the history books because that was quite a move. This was Marciello's mistake, and another one for the history books because they don't come very often. He ran out wide, gave the position effectively to the number 98 BMW as Henry Valkenhorst spun his BM, just avoiding contact with Lawrence Van Thor. On different laps, great battle on track between Ricardo Feller and Maxi Goertz. The Audi a lap behind, but moving through to get past the Pink Panther Mercedes. Rather aggressive effort by Fred Verviche up the grass and up the curve and into the side of the Ferrari, nerfing that off the road, and the penalty came for the WRT Audi entry. Audi having a pretty miserable race this year. And then a puncture, yet another, and this time it was for the K-Pax Lamborghini team, second of the race. Andrea Caldarelli going around as off into the gravel went the number 34 BMW. That was Richard Heistand going off the road, and although the car came back out again, it was a long way down and has also now been retired. So the race got back underway, others ran wide and explored the curbing, and then Nicky Leutwiler got attacked from the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini and went into the gravel, and that in turn triggered a full course yellow and a safety car. The car rejoined, but not for long. It made a pit stop, it only had 3 good wheels, and then we had Chris Froggatt getting involved with Miguel Ramos, a sizable accident for the McLaren that put him instantly out of the race. The barriers needed repairing, so it was a long safety car period. Miguel Ramos was okay, but it was a long safety car period. We went live again at 11:52, and that was just under an hour from the full course yellow to the safety car, 57 minutes give or take of that period. But the racing up front was still absolutely mega, and number 95 Nicky Thiem was doing well. Jules Gounon tagged into a spin by that Sky Tempesta Mercedes, but he came back from that, caught the Aston Martin. Although before he did that, he had to get back ahead of Lawrence Van Thor, easily down at La Source. So Jules Gounon then set off in pursuit of Nicky Thiem, and the two touch going through Eau Rouge. Around went the Aston Martin. It was the biggest spin of the race so far, and Nicky Thiem fully cognizant of the outcome, or the possible outcome of that, but at least the car is still in the race, and thankfully they weren't collected by anybody. So all action in the Total 24 Hours of Spa, with now 3 hours and 6 minutes to go. So number 71, Davide Rigon, is the race leader now. We've had another round of pit stops cycle through, and 71 Ferrari leads the way by only a second now from Jules Gounon. So 88 is continuing to look strong. There's number 2 after its stop down in 8th place. Luca Stolz is the man behind the wheel of it. Let's go to the pit lane. Anthony Coppi has got more news for us.
Maximilian Goertz, you were the leader a few moments ago. Do you think you can win this race? We are now in the money time.
Yes, we were many times in the lead already. Beginning of the race, we had a good pace, you know, and we had a good strategy in the beginning, and then we dropped back a little bit because of different circumstances. We had some issues with the car on the pit stop. We did a mistake, unsafe release, and we damaged the car quite heavily on the front left. There were some strategy issues, so in the end everything can happen, but we brought us back in a good position now. We put everything in. It's like a lottery now. If a yellow or full course yellow comes, then maybe it's on our hands. If not, then we gambled, and we are here for winning and not being third or second, fourth. So we were on P5 at this moment, and we said, okay, let's go all in now, and let's try to win here.
There is less traffic, obviously. This is a good news for the Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a bit more fun to drive. You can find your pace much better. And also going offline, especially now with a dirty track, kind of, because a lot of shit is on the left and right side of the best line. You will get a lot of pickup, so it's quite nice now. Of course, it's always challenging the right tire pressures, because now the temperature changed compared to the night and this morning, so we have to adapt all this, but I think I have a good team behind, and we are fully on it. I was winning 2013 last time, so I know how it feels, and I want this feeling back, of course.
Thank you, Maxime.
Thank you.
And again, apologies for the colourful language if you are offended by the Anglo-Saxon terms of Maxi Goetz, but he's right about the rubbish put down to the side of the road. Really, right now, we've got just over 3 hours to go. As long as you're on the lead lap, you've got a chance of winning this race, because you do not know what is around the corner. You can never predict incidents, of course. And so we're now down to 9 on the lead lap. Because Marco Sorensen at the wheel of the Aston Martin has dropped off the lead lap. This is the lead battle on the road. It was a second a little while ago before we had that interview. It's down to 4/10. Jules Gounon driving out of his skin here.
Well, he had to sit behind the Aston Martin with that combination of yellow and green. Now he's got an all yellow Ferrari, so whether it's an attraction for that colour or whatever, just happens to be on the road. He's just under half a second behind David Rigo, and it's probably going to be a similar kind of deal. The straight line speed of the Ferrari and the Mercedes AMG is more or less identical to 1 km/h, but it's actually the BMW in 3rd position, some 9 seconds behind Jules Gounon. That's the quickest car by about 5 to 6 km/h, and that's why people were getting really hung up when they were running behind the BMW. They couldn't do anything about its straight line performance.
But that Mercedes, and indeed all of them, we made the point already about this being a 24-hour sprint, but you know, that car off the road briefly in Marcello's hands, a spin when it was tagged around in Gounon's hands, you know, they are absolutely on the limit. But this car, and some years it's your year, it's come back from each of those little dramas and it's there in the mix, and right now it looks the strongest car in terms of pace. Getting a time penalty being offered to Christopher Mies for forcing number 7 off the circuit. So a time penalty being given. It was the Inception McLaren, Ollie Milroy's car, that was being forced off. More rubber flies. A Ferrari in a straight line up the hill gets away from the Mercedes just a touch there. Now, when's the next pit stop due for the Ferrari? It could be this lap, in fact. It's not this lap, it's the next, but it's imminent for the leading car on the road.
Yes, certainly it's going to be with this or the next one. There's no doubt. It's just over an hour by, well, it's not got an hour and 2 minutes, so I suspect it's going to be in this lap. So for Jules Gounon, he will be delighted. He himself is going to be coming in the next 12 or 13 minutes anyway, but he's got to use the opportunity of being in clear air, apart from those cars that he'll be catching and lapping. And there's a couple of them just down the road going into Pouhon. So anticipate the Ferrari peeling off at the end of this lap, lap 461, and then Gounon getting a momentary respite to try and just extend his advantage over the second place, or what will be the second place BMW, which is just 8.2 seconds behind this 88 Mercedes AMG.
Number 47 Porsche, by the way, has put Nick Tandy behind the wheel now, and Nick Tandy into a stint. He's about 6 minutes into it and is going after number 2 Mercedes. So right now, Nick, I think I'm right in saying, is the last man on the lead lap in 9th place. So this is the lead fight. Will the yellow Ferrari come in this time or try to run it one more lap? David Rigon's pace is not there, so you know, the tyres are getting to the end of their best now, and with the temperatures going up, the tyres are going to react in a different way. That has to be factored in by everybody as the cars come into the chicane. So number 71 has done 63 minutes. Can't go any further than that because another lap would take it over the stint time. So the Ferrari pits and Gounon takes over the lead.
So we'll see what Gounon's last lap is going to be. The last lap was a 2 minutes 21. I wonder, will this one be any quicker? It ought to be. So 2 minutes 20.9, but he's now gained that clear air, and he can maybe use that opportunity just to increase the gap between himself and now second place 98 BMW.
So the fuel goes in. Now that was a slightly delayed fuel connection. I was just looking to see if that car had picked up a 5-second penalty anywhere for track limit warnings. It's not immediately apparent on the screens, but again, it just looked a bit hesitant, didn't it, before the team went to work?
Well, I'm assuming that the car was brought in and it stopped on the spot, because it's very important with the fuel hose. It's a very inflexible piece of kit. It's quite a heavy piece of kit to maneuver, and if the refueler can't do a clean attachment and then a clean brake, he's got to realign it and then get it. So it might be just something as simple as that.
Away goes the Ferrari then. So we'll look at the pit stop time to compare against a long and a short stop, and I think it was a proper long stop, the full service, if you like. So you've just seen Nick Yellerly, number 98 BMW, head downhill. That car trying to come back into the mix after losing time 2 pit stops ago and losing out under the safety car as well. It just seemed to pit a lap the wrong side of when everybody else did.
Yellerly is closing down the gap between first and now the second place BMW. It's just over 7 seconds, and that was at the end of last lap. So the pace the BMW has right now, the last lap was a 2:19.6 against a 2:20.9, so 1.3 seconds to the gain of Nick Yellerly and the BMW. So this is again another impressive charge from the 98 BMW.
And he will go slightly further, won't he, in this stint than Jules Gounon. So number 98 BMW still in the game. Anybody on that lead lap still in the mix. Of course, as more and more cars retire, there's the potential of fewer incidents because you've got less traffic on the race circuit, but it only takes a driver to make a mistake on his own. It doesn't need contact from another car. So as the leader heads towards Les Camps once more, let's go back to the pit lane. Antonio Fuoco is watching 71. Daniel Serra has taken it over. There it is. Antonio Fuoco, I guess, to do the last stint, and he is now with Amanda.
Well, Antonio Fuoco was here overviewing the stop for the Ferrari there, and you told me you're going to take the last 2 hours of this 24-hour Spa. What's going through your mind right now?
I mean, it's still long race. We are on a good position. We know we need to push until the end. So we are doing a good job with all the drivers. So we try to push until the end, and then we see.
We're following all the different strategies going on with all the different teams. Why is that Ferrari going to be at the top of the podium?
We hope so. I mean, it's quite complicated to understand the strategy of the others, but we know our one, so we try to do our best, and then we see.
So Antonio Fuoco confident. They might not have the ultimate pace, they have got a good brains trust. That's the Sun Energy 1 Pro-Am IGTC entry, which last time we looked at it was Dominic Baumann behind the wheel, and it's now Philip Ellis, the Anglo-Swiss driver, who is another much underrated GT peddler, former Audi Sport TT Cup champion. And 71 now in the hands of Daniel Serra, dropped back for the moment at least behind Miguel Molina, but that car, remember, is the first of those that have done this next round of pit stops, so that will be in again at about the 1 hour and 55 to go mark. So another hour and a bit still to run for that car for its next stop.
And in fact, the top 3 cars are all due in within, well, sort of the lead car due in within the next 5 or 6 minutes, second and third due in within roughly the next 10 minutes. So the gap between first and second has dropped down to 6.6 seconds. And waiting for the leaders to come across start finish line to see whether that's been further eaten into.
Replay at the curb, Paul Frere of Rob Bell bouncing wide over the curb, but using the safety tarmac for the spirit it's intended, not to abuse track limits, but to give you a safe run back onto the road. But all of a sudden he's under attack from Lukas Stoltz, so now this is for 6th place. Lukas Stoltz fresh into the car, goes round the outside there, picks up the place. That was a great move round the outside.
Yeah, just simply had more grip being in the pits and not doing a change. So Rob Bell, part of the reason why he ran wide is maybe that he's at, well, he's only about just over halfway through his stint. So why he should be struggling for grip, or maybe having run wide, he picked up the dust, the rubble, the whatever is on the outside of the corner. Of course, that directly will affect the level of grip you have, and Lukas Stoltz was all over it like a rash. So he's made the pass, and he'll be happy with that situation. He'll take any of those situations all day long.
Absolutely so. So not only is he past the McLaren, but he's scarpered. I mean, he is on fresher tyres, yes, but he's also heavier on fuel. But also, Lukas Stoltz knows that they've got a chance of a podium in this race, maybe even the top step. So he's pressing on. There is the Pro-Am leading Ferrari, and Alessio Rovera, who has still done the fastest lap of the race, is the man behind the wheel of it. So Rovera, who at daybreak was on his toes to get the fastest lap, still pushing on. And okay, a Pro-Am car ain't going to win outright, but this is a Pro who should be able to match the lap times of those pure Pro Cup cars.
I think I could safely say I don't anticipate anybody lapping quicker than Rovera did earlier in the morning. He said he did just probably as light was coming up and the track temperatures were cool. The air principally was cool, 217.4.
So this is what the race prediction computer now reckons. It's brought 47 to 4th place behind Nick Yellerly. Lukas Stoltz up into 2nd spot. And it takes the Aston Martin, of course, out of the equation because it's now lost a lap after that spin. That, of course, is the thing it can't factor in, incidents and dramas like that. Gunnel in traffic, pulls up now to make a move against Ollie Milroy. That was a bit...
It was one of those squeaky moments. So, again, Gunnel did the right thing. He wasn't sure what the McLaren was going to do. He then gets the run up in the inside into the chicane. And there's the onboard shot from the Inception McLaren, and that was good use. I mean, that was clearly stay to the left-hand side, open the inside of the corner to the charging race leader, and whether that was just done by Milroy himself or whether he was getting the message from the team. But there is Nick Yellerly, 4.8 seconds. The gap has been closing over the last 3 laps, significantly closing. Last lap for the lead Mercedes AMG was 21.9. Last lap for the BMW was 1.6 seconds quicker. That's a bunch of time.
It is indeed, isn't it? And Stoltz is still pressing on in his Mercedes as well, so it is building up nicely. As you see here, the Gold Cup leading Iron Dames Ferrari, that is still going so strongly in class, isn't it? A really good effort, this. Dorian Pam back behind the wheel of it. So they're single stinting here.
Yeah, and well, they're leading the Gold Cup. I mean, a very impressive outing by the Iron Ladies.
So the Ferrari up the hill makes the climb now as the car is 18th overall. Anthony Coppi has found Sarah Bovy, however, down in the pit lane from this car.
Sarah Bovy, on est maintenant dans les 3 dernières heures. Pour l'instant, 2 tours d'avance en Gold Cup. Ça y est, ces heures-là, ce seront certainement les plus longues.
Oui, j'ai l'impression que déjà la dernière heure vient de passer au goutte à goutte. Ça va être très long. Après, bon voilà, c'est ça la course d'endurance. Et on doit déjà, je pense, être très heureuse d'être là où on est aujourd'hui. Et c'est le cas parce qu'on a fait vraiment du super boulot, autant sur la piste qu'en dehors de la piste. Le team a été incroyable, mes équipières ont été incroyables. Enfin, jusqu'à maintenant, on n'a vraiment pas fait d'erreur et on croise juste les doigts pour que ça continue comme ça jusqu'à l'arrivée et que la mécanique tienne, évidemment.
Merci Sarah. Sarah Bovy. So she said yes, no, this is the longest time of the race. The last hours will be really long. Fingers crossed, obviously for Sarah Bovy. But she said every driver on the 83 has done a huge job, and the mechanics also. So now it's wait and see for the Iron Dames.
Anthony, thanks, well done. So it is a great effort, this, by the Iron Dames car. I mean, it has held sway in the Gold Cup virtually all Sunday, and others are having their travails. Loris Spinelli, though, has taken over number 93, the Sky Tempesta Mercedes, but it's 2 laps down. So as long as they don't have a problem, this car's going to win the class.
No, what they've done throughout this race is they've run, and whether they've determined a pace they want to run at, and they've really stuck to their plan. Principally, they've A, kept out of trouble on the racetrack, and B, executed all their pit stops perfectly. And I mean, in the good old days of long-distance racing, 24-hour races, the team manager would say, I want you to do a lap of 1 minute, whatever it might be, or 2 minutes, whatever. And the purpose was, if you maintain that consistency, inevitably the race will come to you. And that's, I think, very much what the Iron Dames, I call them the Iron Ladies, because ladies are a lot younger than dames. But anyway, it is the Iron Dames. So they have done an outstanding job and running on merit an 18th position, but leading the Gold Cup class.
And there is the car that's chasing, but he's 2 laps down. Loris Spinelli at the wheel of the Sky Tempesta Mercedes. The incident between Jules Gounod and Niki Team, no further investigation necessary. 2 old pros plying their trade, one might say.
I think you should get a prize. Niki Team should get a prize for the most exciting moment to date in this year's 24 Hours of Spa. I mean, you could tell. I mean, he didn't have to open his mouth to say what he wanted to express. Yeah. His eyes were absolutely, that was the story. Just look at those eyes.
And Loris Spinelli, we've not really seen very much of in Fanatec GT. He does race a Mercedes in American GT racing, but he's made his name more in Europe for his efforts and his successes in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Goes then now up through Blanchimont, but he's got an uphill struggle here to claw back 2 laps. But you never know, a puncture or a spin or a drama for the Iron Dames, and it can change everything.
Absolutely, and that's the unpredictability of where we are. 2 3/4 hours, more or less, remaining, and it's hard to believe that we're nearly 22 hours into this year's event. Dry as a bone, sun shining, ambient temperature up, track temperature up. And some people would say, well, this is when the race really starts. But I think the race started, in honesty, when the lights went out at 4:45 on Saturday evening. These races, as you pointed out, David, are no longer endurance races. These are 24 one-hour sprint races, consecutive.
Sprint to the pit stop, sprint to the pit stop, keep going, then sprint to the flag. So yeah, this is Loris Spinelli's view. Really frustrating though for him. All he can do is press on, press on, press on. But he knows that having lost those couple of laps earlier on, it's a tall order. Into the pit lane comes Jules Gounon then, and that's with 2 hours and 48 to go, just under 2:49. That's bang on. He's got 2 more pit stops to do, 2 more pit stops for this car before the end of the race.
Yeah, and the second place BMW had closed down Jules Gounon in those 2 laps that we last saw them together. So, and now the 88 runs down at 50 kilometers per hour. It seems to take an eternity from the point where you enter the pit lane, cross the demarcation line, then down through a very mild, almost S's, to the historic pits here at Spa-Francorchamps. They've been here since, well, before the Second World War, when this circuit, of course, was an entirely different circuit. It was a genuinely enormous road circuit, and parts of it are still in existence. The bit from Les Combes all the way down through Boonville and Mazda Kink down to Stavelo, I'll tell you, makes my eyes water driving back to the hotel at night.
So Jules Gounon in, and they're going to keep him in the car. So whether he's got enough time available to go to the very end, or they need to put Raffaele Marciello back in for the last stint, we will find out. But right now, that will put number 98 BMW into the lead of the race, and that has got to come in this time. So Nick Yellerly is a lap out of sequence, but he's going to be in this time as well.
So I would assume that Jules Gounon will stay in for this stint, and then with an hour and whatever it will be, an hour and 3/4, it'll be Raffaele Marciello will do the run to the flag. That would be a reasonable anticipation of what the ACODIS, I should say, ASP team will do.
Yes, the ACODIS bit is the Ricci family that race in the GT4 Championship.
So the 88 back out on track. Gounon still behind the wheel. Nice fresh Pirelli rubber. Door is open. Now, oh, he's got it. As he meant, did he close it, or was that the wind pressure closed it? I think he might have put his right arm across his left. He was steering with his left and managed to grab the door and close it. But that was sort of an unexpected little sort of interlude for who? Well, Jules Gounon will not be in second place either, because others are around him.
Yeah.
But he'll certainly end up, I suspect, between 4th and 5th, and then as those others make their way in to do their pit stops, then he'll automatically gravitate to the top.
So then the cars head towards the end of another clock hour, 2 o'clock local time. And Nick Yellerly is now in, and again his constant shadow, teammate Neil Verhagen. So both of those Rover BMWs are in. So that's with 2 hours and 45 to go. Into the pit lane comes then number 98 BMW, and you can see on the rear view camera there what's going on around the car, can't you, as the mechanics go to work to get that back into the race.
So 88 cruises through Paul Frere curve. A lot less use of the racetrack now. He's got nice fresh rubber on board, and up flat out, absolutely flat out through Blanchimont. So all he's got to do is just pick his brake spot, pulls the car over to the left, gets off the brakes, enters the corner, and goes down the gears into first gear, lines up to take the final part of the chicane. So then gets on the gas with lots of lovely traction from those fresh Pirelli tires and comes across start-finish line. 71 Ferrari. Daniel Sarah behind the wheel. The Audi behind is out of place, so
Raffaele, it's the final closing tense moments. You're looking very calm, very fresh, very relaxed. Jules doing his final hour.
Yeah, Jules will do the Stint, then I will do the last one and something. So yeah, we'll see where we are. BMW is really quick behind. Gas speed looks a bit better on strategy, but pace-wise they're not really quick. So we expect to catch them. So then we will see where we are, but I mean we're close, so we'll see.
I know nobody wants to jinx anything or put any sort of bad luck anywhere, but do you think realistically you can push on through to take this?
I mean, I think right now it's 2-3 cars for the win, and we are one of them. So I mean, it's not bad luck to say it. We are here for win, so we have to try to push the last 2 hours, 3 hours, and see where we are at end.
Have you enjoyed the last 22 hours?
Yeah, I mean, it was not so bad with blue flag car this year. It was quite easy for us. We had only a small contact with Sky Tempest MG and with Nicky team, unfortunately, but I have to say it went everything really smooth, no issue, so it was quite okay.
Cool and chilled as ever. Thank you, Lello.
Thank you. Bye.
I always think that us as laymen, as fans, get more nervous than the drivers themselves. They have a certain amount of control that means that they are so chilled when we speak to them down in pit lane. And Marcello proving exactly that. Here's a replay.
Oh, way, oh dear. Oh, that's the bronze class leader. Oh, the diffuser on the bottom of the car has been ripped off. That's the BMW. We got a glimpse of it. You saw the rear of the car. Now that is a major problem for that car, because it's going to have to come in. There you can see the back of the BMW. I mean, it'll lose a stack of rear downforce as a consequence and running as wide as that. So the 35, well, Valkenhorst Motorsport, Henry Valkenhorst, Jörg Brewer, Donald Johan, and Theo I can't even say it.
Yeah, Donald Young is aboard that car.
Yeah.
58 seconds ahead of the number 20 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. So if they do need to come into pit to replace the underside of the car, then they're going to lose that lead. There's just 2 cars in that category, but ultimately the fight for victory is key. And as you say, lose a stack of downforce or plod on for the next 2.5 with that difficulty.
Well, to go into the pits, you've got to push the car back into the pit box if you want to replace the diffuser. It's a question of whether the drivers can handle it for 2 3/4 hours, and that's a big ask because they're maybe not the highest of experienced drivers. But if you've come into the pit, you're going to lose a shed load of time, and obviously you're going to put yourself into the area of losing out. I mean, right now I'm just trying to see where the 20 is behind in terms of time. I'm waiting for that.
It's about a minute, but it'll be less than a minute now, because it was 3.4 seconds slower in the first sector of the lap. We're waiting for the number 20 to come through. Another 3 seconds lost in the middle sector.
Yeah.
So it's going to be about 10 seconds a lap is losing, with only 50 to lose.
Well, I think you've got to basically bite the bullet. I mean, you don't know if there is any other issues around the rear of the car that might become a problem further into this race, so I suspect we're going to see Donald Young bring that car in, and the team will have to set about bandaging it up as best as possible. Certainly the diffuser that the car shed ain't going to be refitted to the car, so they will have spare parts. But again, it's the fittings of the diffuser. Had they been damaged, you know, where do you stop?
Well, competitor SPS Performance into the pits right now. So that's kind of interesting, good news. If they could mirror that, Young has actually gone through for another lap, but if they could come into the pits and service it relatively fast or do something, then maybe not all is lost, but losing 3 seconds per sector is quite significant for Young. And it might just be also that he's been riled by that situation. It's not an easy place to go off the circuit, and very, very fast indeed.
I would never want to go off anywhere in Blanchimont, especially on the outside, but at least the car came back on track in the direction it left the track. That's a major result to start with.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty huge accidents out there with the cars bouncing over the gravel trap and suddenly use a little bit of control and head yourself into the barrier, being passed by our race lead at 55. Maxi Book goes through 25 seconds ahead, and Miguel Molina. Those two still owe us a pit stop in the next 10 minutes or so, as does the McLaren of Rob Bell. Is he the only driver in that team? Because I keep reading out his name.
I mean, Rob Bell's done a schedule of work, as Marwan Kakhofer. So just looking again at Jules Gounon, currently in 5th place, but that'll be elevated very rapidly when the 1st and 2nd come in, and then 4th come in. And yeah, well, right now Rob Bell is running in 4th place, so all looking reasonably good still for Jules Gounon, because he comes out of Pouhon.
Ferrari behind, 3rd in line is the next car. So there's a 2-second gap between Gounon and Serra, and then another 2-second gap to the Ferrari of Nick Tandy, who is just at the back, a shot appearing now. No cars between the two of them, so in terms of traffic, but a 2-second gap between the two of them. And actually, Tandy's got Yellowly for company as well, so he'll be looking in his mirrors. Yellowly now just 0.4 of a second between the two of them.
Would you believe it? On lap 470, the sister car to this, the 50, the young driver BMW, has just set fastest sector time of all so far in Sector 1.
Oh, Yellowly down the inside at Blanchimont managed to find a space. That surely means that Nick Tandy is not at full capacity. Can't believe that he would leave the door open so easily there for Yellowly, who fires through. Yellowly on very fresh tyres, I suppose, in relation to Tandy, who's done about half a stint. But I mean, usually you don't see a pass there, especially between two hard chargers like that.
Oh, no, not the two top drivers. But the reason why is because just the BMW right now has got more pace, and nothing that Nick Tandy, with all his talent and ability, was able to do. And you can see already just on traction and acceleration out of the source that the BMW stretching its legs and pulling away already.
And you'll see that bright yellow Ferrari up ahead. That's the next target. And Serra has done also 20 minutes on his tyres, so relatively fresh in comparison to Yellowly's 7 minutes. And still, Serra moving around in the mirrors of the traffic ahead of him, because now he needs to get a wriggle on, otherwise that BMW will be up into 6th position. Down into Bruxelles once more, already gapping Nick Tandy. Tandy, as you say, can do nothing about it. Great lap from Dan Harper. Fastest anybody through the first sector, and fastest that he's been through the last sector. Look at it again, John.
Yeah, now look, there's the gap out of Paul Frercourt. So the BMW is closing. So Nick Tandy stays to the left to make it. If he's going to pass me, he's got to go the long way around. But all of a sudden, the BMW has that additional pace to put himself on the inside. I mean, that was a racer's overtake. Nick Tandy, who's a great racer, also has got a good racing brain, and knew not to shut the door, because otherwise both cars would have been, goodness knows where they would have ended up. So Nick Tandy recognized that BMW had the advantage in pace, just gave it room and let it go.
Clear track for Nick Yellowly in the first sector of the lap. He's gone faster than that car has been before in the whole of this race. So the BMWs have turned it up to 11, and they're finding some great pace at the end of this race. A little queue of cars now for Nick Yellowly to contend with, which includes Daniel Serra, but there's a few back markers in there as well. I mean, top speed, they've been talking about it in the paddock all weekend. The BMWs just have an extra couple of kilometers an hour over everybody else.
But actually, the quickest car on that last lap is the sister car, it's the 50 Dan Harper. He is now, well, he was 20 seconds when they came across the line behind Nick Tandy. I wonder how long it will take for the number 50 to get on terms with the number 47 Porsche.
Attempto Racing's Dennis Marshall is ahead of Serra. That's the car that they haven't been able to clear throughout the last couple of laps. You wouldn't say necessarily it's being held up by that car. We've got a Mad Panda Mercedes in front of them as well. But look at how it's concertinaed between the four of them here.
And yes, and look, Yellowly again just getting himself a line behind the Ferrari was able to carry all his speed through and sweeps up alongside. Now he's got 2 cars directly ahead of him, and he wants to put himself ahead of the yellow Ferrari, which he succeeded in doing. Gets past Mad Panda, and well, that's also helped Sarah as well, because he was able to use what Yellowly was doing to enable him to get past the Mercedes.
Having to read that traffic so well with 4 cars on the same piece of tarmac, 2 slower machines, and then our 2 leading contenders coming through, and Nick Yellowly making it look easy in the end, not trying too much, not trying to get past Dennis Marshall as well. 3 cars in once would have been too much, and Marshall's pace in that Attempto Audi looking relatively good, but not in comparison to the BMW that seems to be by far the best car to have right now, with Harper down in 9th in the 18s, and Yellowly also in the 18s, now down the inside. God, Johnny's making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, quite simply, he's just got more grip. I mean, he's on fresher tyres, he's got more grip, he can carry more pace through the corner, he's got better pace off the corner, and of course the BMW has also got really good straight line performance, so he's got all the aces in one hand.
What's very noticeable about being outside over the last half an hour or so is just how high the temperature is. We've seen it on the timing boards that it's 25, 26 degrees displayed over the Heritage pits, but you can really feel the intensity of the sun here now. That will be baking into the tarmac, that will be changing the characteristics of how these Pirelli tyres feel. Some cars like it better than others.
Track temperature 40.3, the highest that we have seen certainly since this race got underway was high 30s, but now 40.3, ambient 26.2. I mean, are we at Spa or are we at Paul Ricard?
And of course that track temperature will be taken at one single point, and it does very much depend on the color of the tarmac as to what that particular bit is. So if that's on some of the older tarmac, which it probably is down in pit lane, then just imagine what Speaker's Corner's like, what Eau Rouge is like. That black tarmac will be soaking much more temperature, and could it be too much for the tyres through here, or is it giving them more grip?
Well, for some car combinations, it may well be that just these temperatures are going to work against them. But look again, Yellowly's got no problem whatsoever, just so much quicker up through Eau Rouge and Radillon, gets up alongside the Porsche, pulls and sweeps in front of it. And Daniel Serra, well, he's now got a quick car between him and the BMW, so that's 6th and 7th position with a car in the middle. So Yellowly's going to pound away, closing down quickly to the tail of Jules Gougnot. So Gougnot has, I'm just looking to see how many minutes he's done. Stint is still an early stint, but just the pace the BMW has got is absolutely, I mean, 2 minutes 19.9 that last lap. Gougnot's lap 2 minutes 20.1. It was only 0.2 of a second. Well,
now where's that? Because we've just seen the number 51 Ferrari come into the pits. It was due a pit stop anyway. It does look like we're in AF Corsa's garage. That is from the 51 Ferrari. And so right at the end of their stint, they were due a pit stop, as I say, maybe 1 lap later. And they've now handed over to James Collado, but they've kind of got away with that one.
Absolutely. I mean, whether that tire was a deflating tire or I mean, it's pretty trashed. You can see the carcass of the tire. I mean, it's all over the shape of it on the rim. But maybe just good fortune they were near enough to the pit lane not to lose out as they would have done if they just gone past the pit lane entrance.
Into the pits now, AMG Team Group M. Maxi Bouc from the lead of the race. He was just ahead of James Collado before the pit stops. There is the orange machine, and that is going to cycle through the number 2 AMG Team Get Speed Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz into the lead of the race. Stoltz with 20-odd minutes before we are expecting to see him in the pits. The only other of our leading 10 to come into the pits or expected to come in is a Jota Sport McLaren, and as I speak, in it comes as well.
Yeah, so Rob Bell brings it in, and we have 2.5 hours. So I wonder how long they can keep Rob Bell on board, because the maximum stint you can do is 3 hours 15 minutes. That would be an awful big ask for Marvin Kirchhofer to do. So, well, we wait and see whether they'll keep Rob Bell in for 1 more hour and then let Kirchhofer do that final hour and 30-odd minutes.
Oliver Wilkinson, the 3rd of the drivers, classed as a gold driver. I have to say, I have personally not seen him in that car.
He was in it this morning when we got here. I don't know how much time he spent in the car in the period that we went away to go to get rested. There is the McLaren. and drops down, and it is Rob Bell still on board. The linear rank says on the top right of the windscreen BEL, and as far as I know, those are the initials of Rob Bell, not of Marvin Kirchhofer. I don't think you spelled Kirchhofer with a BEL.
Interestingly, I've spoken to a couple of drivers in the last hour that have been struggling with the naming recognition. So they've got a little switch in the car which they turn. They're either number 1, 2, 3 or 4, depending if they've 4 or 3 drivers, and they have to turn it to their number. That then changes what we see on our TV graphics. That changes what they see on the luminant light in the windscreen. Some of the teams, some of the drivers having that turning by itself and therefore misidentifying drivers when they're in strife.
Oh, I wonder is there a penalty for that as well?
I don't know whether that's just an excuse to get out of things that they've been blamed for during the 24-hour race.
Listen, racing drivers are very creative when it comes to excuses. There is.
Kirchhofer is back aboard that car, so the switch.
Oh, this well, yes, okay, Kirchhofer is behind, so the switch wasn't switched.
Yeah.
But it will have been tripped at the point when they went across the start-finish line. So it is Marvin Kirchhofer. Now, is he going to be in for 2 hours and 28 minutes? Certainly be able to stay in the car because maximum stint time would be 3 hours 15 minutes. But it's going to be a long stint on a very hot afternoon here at Spa-Francorchamps.
I did notice earlier on in the 55 Mercedes that the driver getting out of the car was switching the name. So we actually saw on our TV graphics it change before the driver got in, whereas obviously here Marvin Kirchhofer getting into the car, getting himself settled in, doing the belts tighter, and as he's trundling down the rest of the pit lane, then he makes that switch, and so the graphics take a few seconds to catch up. Whereas with Danny Ucadella earlier on, he got into the car after his name was already displayed.
So Yellowly now just 1.2 seconds behind second place Jules Gounon. And
unbelievable charge.
Oh yeah, Lucas Stolz, who's in the lead, is 42.5 or just 43 minutes now. So he has got another, let's say, roughly 20 minutes behind the wheel, whereas these two battling for second place are just coming up to, well, in the case of Gounon, 20 minutes into it. In the case of the BMW, just over 16 minutes. So they're going to be going for some time yet.
Only 2 cars on the timing screens I can see that are under the 2:20 bracket, and they are both BMWs. Nick Yellowly last lap a 19.7 and Dan Harper a 19.7 as well. As I say, everybody else over that time and more. Now, of course, especially in the hot temperatures, difference in how many laps the tyres have done will make a big difference in terms of the grip that they've got. But they're not the only, the BMWs are not the only 2 on that strategy. In fact, Jules Gounon has only got 1 extra lap on his tyres, for instance. There he is, sitting behind the Ferrari. No cars between the Mercedes and the BMW right now, and Gounon will want to clear that Ferrari as soon as possible to keep away from the closing Yellowly, but it feels almost inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy overtake for Gounon, and the pace that Gounon is running at up until now, he's caught up to the tail of the Ferrari, and that of Lucas Stolz in the leading Mercedes AMG is by the lap within 100th of a second or so. So they're both running roughly the same speed, but here comes the BMW capitalizing on the difficulty that Gounon had to overtake the Ferrari, and again the BMW ought to be able to get up alongside the Ferrari as they enter La Source. In fact, the Ferrari pulls over to the right and lets the BMW go through, and again good etiquette.
Yes, it was good. It was good for the BMW, less so for Gounon, who was not sure whether he could throw it up the inside at the bus stop chicane. It was a bit of a half, will I not? Is it going to be contact? There's Augusto Farfus watching on, looking a little bit nervous. Even if that man is in a car every single weekend across the globe, the motorsport still gets deep into the veins. And now no cars between the 2 of them. Nick Yellowly starting to close up to the tail of that Mercedes. A bit more traffic to get through perhaps later on in the lap, but look how close it is, within 1.5 car lengths now.
So we've seen throughout this race you can catch, but then you get stalled out by the pace of the car you have actually caught, and then ultimately it's the pace of that car determines the pace of your car. So that's why if you can manage to close, catch, you've got to find a way to overtake at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, your momentum is lost. And Gounon again using traffic coming out of the Jackie Eakes curve, as well, like, again, good cooperation on track, good etiquette from some of the drivers further down the field to let these two who are battling for second and third position overall, still Lukas Stoltz in the number 2 in the lead by 14.2 seconds.
But both the pace of these two cars we're watching now faster than Stoltz. Stoltz is getting closer to the end of his stint than we've seen from these two, about 20 minutes closer to the stint. But he's already in the 21s. Maybe he had traffic on the last lap. We don't necessarily know lap after lap exactly how it is, but there is crossed fingers and nervous faces down there at Rover Racing. They've succeeded here before, both in different marks of car, and also the BMW, of course, victorious too.
Closing up to the Lamborghini. Oh, and it runs wide at the exit of Blanchimont. Will Gounon be able to dive up the inside? He's looking to do so. We'll have to wait and see as we get the view. The Lambo pulls out of the way. Oh, and does he ever pull out of the way? Well, good marks for doing so, because you allowed this battle, which is going to be maybe the battle to the final, not just to the podium, but who stands on the top of the podium.
The other tricky thing is Jules Gounon is the pathfinder here, isn't he? Because the two of them are so close to the head of the field and there's a gap between the next car, it always is that Gounon, with the first car to come to the traffic, will find it harder to get through than Yelloly, who's just going to follow through. He's that close that the back marker will see that there's a leader coming through, get out the way, and then already be out the way for the next car to come through.
Well, the hope is that the back marker realizes that there is another car so close.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and that's, you know, a case in the point, for example, coming up into the chicane, that you see a car and you say, I'll give it space, and then you make your commitment, and all of a sudden there is the yellow and white BMW with nowhere to go other than getting maybe a contact.
Now, doesn't look like there's too much traffic ahead of Jules for the next couple of laps. Crossed fingers and toes down at AKSP because they've come so close so many times. Remember last year, as I said earlier, talking to Jules Gounon with tears in his eyes after the rear suspension failed. He did actually do a whole stint where he tried to get the car through and ignored the fact that the rear damper was not playing ball. But once the car was brought into the pits and the mechanics had a look at it, they went, no, 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 you're going no further. And that was after a very strong battling performance throughout the night. They've got a lot further into this race this year, and with just 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining, lights are flashing once more for more traffic.
So you've seen what's happened as Yellowly's catched the Mercedes AMG, but what can he do? There's enough pace from Gounon to make it now awkward. And again, the best hope is going to be that Gounon gets caught behind a slower car. Here we are coming up into Blanchimont. They ought to be able to catch it and clear it as they go up the hill into the chicane. So he goes up the inside and makes that pass. So in fact, I think there's a 20 Mercedes. So both get through cleanly. Yellowly takes a little bit more of the curb on the inside, but probably gains fractionally as doing so. Now the acceleration all the way up the hill, up to La Source. So it's all about preparation. So what he does here now may pay dividends by the time he gets to the top of the Kemmel Straight.
We do see that different marks of car can take different levels of curb around this circuit, and at certain parts of the track, that's kind of key. One of the aspects and elements of balancing all these different marks of car to be at the same performance is ride height. BMW rides pretty high, and therefore it can ride over the curbs that some of the cars that ride lower cannot. So in a way, raising the ride height slows them down, gives them less performance, less grip, but ultimately they can then monster the curbs better. Not quite close enough at the end of the Kemmel Straight this time.
No, I thought maybe that little bit of preparation that took place towards the end of the lap might have been enough to drag him a little bit nearer to the tail of the Mercedes. Of course, Gounon is going to defend all the way into Les Combes, and he's going to defend every single corner if the BMW gets a sniff of getting an overtake.
19s for Gounon for the first time in a good couple of laps. As I've said earlier, the only cars that were in the 19s were the BMWs. It's a little bit loose on entry there and on exit. Nick Yellowly just getting a little bit of oversteer on that particular corner. Is it that he's pushed those tyres pretty hard at the start of their life? And now they've overheated a little bit. You've got to keep them in that window that operates at best. And that window obviously changes with the atmospheric pressure and the track temperature.
Yeah, I'm just watching the inputs in the steering wheel. A little bit of a correction there through the exit of Campos, the bottom of the circuit. You should almost imagine the Mercedes AMG has just begun to pull away a little bit more. And I know that's the wide-angle camera that the onboard camera is, so it gives a slightly distorted view of the differences and distances between the two cars. And in fact, as they come now up into the chicane at the end of 478 laps, it's fractionally bigger to the advantage of Jules Gounon on this occasion. It was 0.485 last time through. What's it now? It's now 1.1, so yes, it's gone up by just over half a second.
Yeah, probably one of the slower laps from Nick Yellerly over the last couple, and certainly Jules Gounon, from the pace that we saw in the early part of this stint, has found a bit more pace in that Mercedes. Whether he's got the hurry up from the team or simply by seeing that BMW breathing down his neck, he's certainly not in a safe position. The gaps to Lucas Stoll has now kind of stalled at 12 seconds. They're not taking the chunks of time like they were in the early part, but Lucas Stoltz is going into the pits in the next 10 minutes. There's the beautifully coiffured Nicky Katzberg, as always.
Yeah, looking slightly ponderous and seeing what is unfolding. He knows exactly what's going on for Nick Yellerly. He's seen how quickly he could catch the back of Jules Gounon, but now he also knows from experience that catching such a quick car, such a competitive car as the 88 Mercedes AMG is one part. The tricky part now will be translating that into an overtake. So Nicky and Augusto Farfus, hand across the mouth. Don't secret squirrel. Nicky, don't tell anybody what I'm talking to you about. Knowing the camera's on them.
And they'll be analysing the views that they've got. They've got the onboard cameras streaming in that garage, as well as the TV feed that you and I are watching. They can see every single input. They can really analyse those pictures to work out how the car is feeling. Even if they're not in the car themselves, it will give them a good idea of what the car is doing and what they can expect. Pretty sure we expect to see Nicky Katzberg coming in for the end of the race. I think Augusto Farfus' work is done.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that it's going to be Nicky Katzberg in for, it'll be just the last, it'll be an under 2-hour stint, because right now the BMW is only 27 minutes into its stint. So yeah, Katzberg will do an hour and 45 or 50 minutes.
Battle for 8th position now. Marco Sorensen aboard the Aston Martin that was backwards up the hill about an hour ago in the hands of Nicky Team, and he has James Collado breathing down his neck. So Collado was pretty negative about the performance of the Ferrari and the possibilities for the Ferrari, but on this stint he has closed down the Aston Martin and now is right on the tail. The pace is ultimately still in the 21s. Doesn't look like they've been interrupted by too much traffic, so they're not on the kind of pace that we've seen from Gounon and Yellerly over the last couple of laps. But another battle to watch. And of course, this could all change. If we ever get any other interruptions to the race, they're on the lead lap, so they will then bunch back up again, even though the field has slightly spread since the last time we had a full course yellow.
Yeah, I think the moment that James Collado was caught by Amanda in the pit lane interview was a moment when there was a frustration. You could sense that James Collado was frustrated by what had happened a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, you got a time penalty,
yes,
if you remember, as well.
That was, I think that was what determined his mood and his response. I think now that he's behind the wheel, his focus is on making the best he's got. He's in 9th position. He's all over the back of the Aston Martin. Can he find a way past? And then if he does find a way past, he's got to contend with Maro Engel in the 55 Mercedes AMG. So 2 hours, 2.25 hours remaining, so I don't think James Collado is necessarily going to be in that car for the remaining time. But you've got Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen, who no doubt would be available to fit into the car for whatever would be left after Collado finishes his stint.
The other Iron Lynx Ferrari really struggling at this moment in time. The last lap for Sarah, 23.7, and on this lap also losing quite a chunk of time just in the first sector alone. We don't know if that's traffic induced or whether he's got an issue with the car. Collado looks to the inside, but it's quite a late move. Sorensen does give him a little bit of room, didn't he?
Yeah.
And now they overlap, and surely with the pace advantage of that Ferrari, that will be moved down on the exit of the corner. It is. Sorensen gets into the slipstream and now will line himself up to try and get more momentum through Eau Rouge and Radion, and perhaps try and fight back by the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Well, I think it's a done deal. I think the Ferrari's up and running, and you can see Collado stretching his legs all the way up here. The incline up the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes. So that's one box ticked. So we're now saying Collado up into 8th position. His focus is then going to be on 7th position, but the 7th position car, Maro Engel, is 51 seconds up the road. So that'll be a rather lonely run for the 51 Ferrari, aside from all the cars that will be being lapped.
With Daniel Serra running slowly in the Ferrari as well, he's been caught hand over fist by Nick Tandy. The gap between those two is less than a second now. That's the battle for 4th position as we switch our attention for the battle for 2nd. Jules Gounod into traffic once more, but the gap has grown. I reckon Nick Yellowly's taken the best out of those tyres, and for the second half of this stint now, the pace of the Mercedes is slightly better.
Could well be, because Yellowly was absolutely flying once he got behind the wheel, and if you run the tyre very hard, and remember we're running at the highest ambient temperatures that we have seen throughout the weekend, over 40 Celsius on track, 26, 27 ambient temperature. So all these things can take the toll. So Tam BMW stays way wide and lets Nick Yellowly get through unimpeded down through the Jackie Eakes curve. And you're right that the gap between the BMW and the Mercedes AMG is stretching. It's now, well, it was 2.1 seconds. It's more than that now at the exit of Pouhon.
Yeah, and that's with Gounod getting through and past the Aston Martin. So those 18s and 19s that the BMWs can do at the start of their stint, they can't do them consistently. And maybe the performance that they're extracting from their Pirelli tyres is a bit more peaky than a full-length 1 hour stint, as the Aston Martin 95 comes into pits now. That is owed us a pit stop. They've done a 63-minute stint, and I'm sure Marco Sorensen will be staying aboard that car, at least for this next one, as we only just got Nicky Team out of the car. Yellowly clears the traffic into the chicane. And it's not long before we will see Lucas Stoltz into the pits either, probably 2 or 3 laps.
So now we've got nobody between Gounod, 2nd, Yellowly, and 3rd. So can Yellowly regroup and use the racetrack as he wants, not have to make compromises for other cars? There is the current race leader, Lucas Stoltz, and hammers up over the top of Radion, carrying great speed. The last lap was well, it wasn't a stellar lap, it was a 2:21 against that of Jules Gounod, a 2:20. So Gounod on that lap was a second quicker than the race leader. But again, it may well be that having to get around traffic, maybe be patient with traffic. We have only had a glimpse of this car for the last 15-20 seconds, so let's maybe follow it for a lap or so and see what Lucas Stoltz is able to do.
Well, predictions a couple of hours ago looked to be correct. It's in the box seat for the moment for the number 2 machine. Maybe not necessarily the outright fastest car out there, but with the strategy, it's played into the hands of the Get Speed crew. And at the moment, Mercedes ahead of Mercedes. Gounod faster for sure than Stoltz, but with a 10-second advantage before the next round of pit stops. The key for me is that Stoltz is going to be on the limit of his tyres, both on this stop and to the end of the race, whereas because Gounod, Yellowly still have half a stint left, they can find themselves with better tyres come the very end of the race.
Well, there are the top speeds at the top of Eau Rouge or Radion. Nicky Katzberg, 249 kilometers per hour. Rob Bell, 248. Dan Harper, 247. So BMW's 1st and 3rd. First of the Porsches, 2:47, as is the Aston Martin. So it's the thin end of 150 miles an hour as they go through that whole Eau Rouge Raidillon complex. That is, I mean, in a GT car, well, if you said you could do that 3 or 4 years ago, I'd have said, forget it.
Stoltz into the hour of his stint, so we will see him in the pits in the next lap, or maybe even this lap, although we've got Nick Yellerly coming into the chicane right now. So Stoltz goes through for another lap. Gounon will break the beam in a second. It was 9.8, wasn't it, the gap? Now down to 9, so Gounon, without having to worry about Yellerly, is now focusing on chasing down Stoltz and bringing that gap down quite nicely and growing the gap to Yellerly.
Yeah, that's the key. The gap between second and third is now beginning to grow. So Jules Gounon can delete Nick Yellerly at this point and focus on trying to run down Lukas Stoltz, who's going to be in probably at the end of this lap. So he's already gone an hour and 1.5 minutes. So I would anticipate the number 2, Lukas Stoltz, Mercedes AMG, will come in, and that will hand the lead back to Jules Gounon, who's increasing his advantage, having been run down by the BMW. Now it's stretching that advantage in the favor of Gounon.
Rafael Marcello, when we interviewed him a little bit earlier, didn't look like he was going to be getting back into the car, the way he was chilled and the way he was dressed. I'm not sure Gounon can go to the end, having been already in for one stint.
I think when Jules finishes this stint, that'll be, well, he's just over halfway through a stint, so he will have done about an hour, or there'll be an hour and what, 3/4, just maybe an hour, 40 minutes remaining. And I would anticipate the team for that remaining hour and a bit, 40 minutes, would put Raffaele Marcello back, assuming he hasn't run up to the limit of his permitted time behind the wheel. So ADH choices are Gounon, Danny Juncadella, who we indicated earlier.
Yeah,
his day's done, so it's got to be either Jules Gounon or Raffaele Marcello, and we just haven't got it to hand the number of hours that both those drivers have spent behind the wheel.
Just having a quick look at the AWS graphic for Raidillon. So the first one we just saw was Eau Rouge, so that's the bottom of the hill. The one we've just seen is with Ollie Milroy at the top of the standings at Raidillon, so the top of the hill, and he's clocked at 2:47, so just a couple of kilometers an hour slower at the top than you are at the bottom. You have the possibility, of course, of scrubbing quite a lot of speed from bottom to top, especially as you're going up the hill. The idea is not to.
No, well, I mean, the graphic example was that of Nicky Thiem when he went door handle to door handle with Jules Gounon, and the back of the Aston spun, you know, and that Aston was doing the thin end of 240 kilometers per hour when that spin began. Spin began, not, you don't spun, you spin.
It's all right, we're 22.5 hours into a race. We had a quick look there at the number 30 machine of Jean-Baptiste Simonauer aboard the leading WRT Audi. It's not now the leading Audi, in fact, but it is leading in its Silver Cup class, and they are 1 minute clear of the 14 Emil Frey Lamborghini, which has Konsta Lappanainen just behind it. Leader into the pits. All looks pretty much as it should. New tyres onto the car, full tank of fuel. And now, what kind of pace does that car have with fresh tyres? We've seen what Gounon can do. We've seen what Yellerly can do in this scorching temperatures. Nick Tandy, to your left of your screen, also in the pits from 5th position. He was right on the tail of Daniel Serra before coming into the pits. Serra with still another 10 minutes before they are due. But it does mean that whilst we were a little concerned earlier on about the 47, they are also with needing just the one more stop before getting to the end. And they're within the window of about 5 minutes as well.
But again, I mean, what are they going to do with that KCMG Porsche? You've got Dennis Olsen, Nick Tandy on board, Lawrence Van Thor, lineup of talent that any team in the pit lane would be happy to use. So I don't know whether Nick Tandy can, again, it depends on the amount of driving hours he's already completed. So one might suspect it would be Lawrence Van Thor or Dennis Olsen would run to the finish.
Stoltz leaves pit lane, leaves Nick Tandy still in his box. Tandy's one of the last boxes in the Heritage pit lane, right at the bottom of the hill. And Stoltz coming out behind the 51 Ferrari there of James Collado. So down into 9th position for the moment. Collado still with half a stint to run on his latest one.
It might be telling to see how quickly Stoltz can run down James Collado on a new set of rubber, on a very nicely balanced Mercedes AMG, and the knowledge that he doesn't want to get held up behind the 51 Ferrari. He needs to clear it. So the Porsche back out again. It would appear to be Nick Tandy staying on board for this penultimate stint.
And look at the track he's got. He's got lots of space in front of him, decent space behind him as well. Great opportunity with fresh tyres. Okay, a full tank of fuel, but he can probably get his head down and have a good go. There is Jules Gounon, so almost a lap to Jules Gounon, who is now our virtual leader as we cycle through these pit stops.
So the Porsche is, what, 7/8 of a lap ahead of the race leader. So that's a long, long way, and it's only going to be a full course yellow safety car deployment that will see the potential of that top 6 group of cars get back into contention.
So it's a 2-minute 20 lap roughly, and it takes about 2 minutes to go in and out of pit lane. Some are doing it a little bit quicker than that, 1:58.6 on the last pit stop for the Acura ASP team, for instance. And that is why once they cycle out, they come out quite close in terms of lap distance from where they were before. But look at this, Gounon now, no sign of the BMW behind. You have to wait. Can you see it? No, you can't. No, you can't.
No, he's
over 4 seconds behind now.
Either the Mercedes is being kinder on his tyres, or Nick Yellowly just simply in the course of his charge up through the field just used them too early. Consequently, is beginning to suffer in the second half of his stint.
I mean, the pace was mega, wasn't it? We were really surprised, and so I wonder whether that is it. It's peaked and now it's troughed, whereas the Mercedes are more of a plateau performance across the full stint.
Well, the key appears to be that in the second half of the stint, whatever the tyre wear and usage is kinder for the Mercedes AMG than for BMW. Now, look, we're sitting here second guessing, and all that we can do, we don't know precisely the reasons why. There may be another reason that we're not aware of that's causing Nick Yellowly to drop away, having been able to catch other cars so quickly. That's gone. The car is now into a preservation. He's got Daniel Serra in 3rd place now. We're waiting for Serra. He's 15.5 seconds behind Yellowly. If Serra can make inroads into that 15.5 second gap. So is that Valentino getting ready?
Does look like it, doesn't it?
So the 46 is going to put the doctor back in at Fred Verviche currently in the car. So that car is in 17th position. But to go back to that battle that might pick up between the 2nd and 3rd, 15.5 seconds. Daniel Serra is currently behind the BMW. So over the next, 15 minutes or so, we might see what Daniel Serra's made of.
Yeah, Serra's only probably got another 8, well, he's definitely only got another 8 minutes on his stint. And he is at the end of his tyres, and Yellowly's tyres are younger. So with all that information, you would assume that the gap would grow. Ciao, Vale. It's going to be great to see Vale, by the looks of things, not just in the car, but potentially in the car to the end of the race with just 2 hours remaining. They are right at the end of their stint. Fred Verviche will be coming in this next lap. Nice chunky 2-hour stint in the heat of the day for Vale to finish his first experience of the 24 hours of Spa. He's done endurance racing before, 12 hours over in Abu Dhabi, which will be the final round of the Intercontinental GT Series this year, replacing Kyle Lamy. That's the first time we will see the Gulf 12 hours as part of an SRO championship, and a great place to go racing in December. Also puts GT3 cars right in the middle of the world for whatever you want to do with them next, whether you want to take them over to Australia, whether you want to leave them in the Middle East. but a really good strategic and interesting decision, and it's a race that Valle knows well. Not necessarily lined up to race at that race at the moment, initially, but with so many appearances over the last couple of years, one would assume that perhaps we might see them.
Well, certainly from an organizational point of view, having Rossi in a car in your race is going to be something that you would savor, I would suggest. But of course, I don't know what the contractual agreements are between the driver and the team, or what the budgetary considerations would be likewise. And it'll ultimately be, I suspect, a budgetary consideration. Well, Yellowlee's hopping and skipping and jumping as he came over the top of Radion. So the gap is now 5.2 seconds, and the gap between Sarah and Yellowlee is up to 16.6 seconds. So Sarah's not making inroads, and in fact it's Dan Harper in 4th place, who's only 8.4 seconds behind. But yeah, you're right, Sarah's going to be coming in very shortly, where Dan Harper has got another 15, 16 minutes before he needs to think about making a pit stop.
Now, the battle between the two Mercedes, number 2 of Lucas Stoltz and the number 88 of Jules Gounon, is on track miles apart. But Stoltz is getting himself into a situation here because he's catching James Collado. He's within a second of Collado now, and if he finds himself starting to be held up by Collado and losing half a second or a second per lap, which is possible looking at Collado's pace, then once Gounon does his pit stop in 10, 15 minutes time, we might find that the gap is a lot closer between those two Mercedes than it was pre-pit stop. So here, the 86 car then, Valentino Rossi about to get aboard to finish off his first 24 hours of Spa. The seat insert comes out from Fred Verviche. He puts it in for Valentino, and in jumps the Italian.
Yes, and there's also his drink bottle will be slotted into the appropriate slot. So Valentino gets the shoulder straps up. Fred Verviche does the waist strap, the crutch strap as well. So just then you put the 2 shoulder strap buckles in, tighten down on those as tight as you can bear them, and even tighter, even if you can't bear it, because eventually during the course of the stint, you'll find that you do move around in the seat fractionally, and those belts sometimes you find getting looser than you like. So Fred Verviche, what was that all about? So he left the seat insert on the roof of the car. Oh, well, yeah, schoolboy error, but gave us a laugh.
That'll be all right. That'll just bounce down the pit lane. It's kind of foamy anyway. It wouldn't have done too much harm. But better that it doesn't attach. It could have, of course, got wedged on the rear wing, which would have been a bit more of a thing.
I mean, obviously, it's not a particularly heavy item because it's made of a very specific foam. But it does the job of giving the individual that ideal seat. So the build of Valentino over the build of Fred Verviche is quite different. We talked about Valentino last night. He's a very lean athlete, where Fred Verviche is a more, I would say, normal athlete, which means that he has a different seat insert. And I don't know if there's any difference in the overall height between the two drivers. I don't think there's a massive amount. So you want to use inserts to sort of shorten any pit stop time. You don't have to start adjusting steering columns and up and down and in and out, which some of these cars, of course, you can do.
Yeah, you see that much more with the Pro-Am categories, don't we? We see the pedal boxes, the steering moving rather than the seat inserts. And I suppose if you have a real difference, then you do that. But ultimately, as you say, you'd rather not have to move those things because there is the potential for things to loosen off. I did a feature with Rover Racing before the race yesterday. They wouldn't even allow me to take the steering wheel off the car, just in case when I put it back on again, or even Nicky Katzberg, who was doing the filming for us, there was a misconnection. So it had to stay there. It would not normally come off the car throughout the whole race anyway, and it is designed to come on and off. It's designed to have electrical fittings, but such is the preparation going into these cars that once it's there, it stays there, and if you have pedal boxes moving around, then you could cause other issues.
Well, another thing that used to be the norm, certainly in Group C racing, well, what's that? Valet has gone off and has outlapped. Oh, dear me. Naughty, naughty, naughty Valentino. And bits of the graphic in the car beginning to peel off. But I was just going to make the point that, in the 80s in Group C, some of those cars had a sliding seat adjuster. You don't have that now. You have the seat as a fixed item, because in the event of a major incident, the slider can actually fail, and that then puts the driver into danger of being thrown forward. So now you've got a fixed seat fitting, and this is where these seat inserts and other such things. Let's watch and see what happened to Valentino coming down into Pujol. Oh, and around. Did she go around? Well, did he catch it or not? Oh, that's a... Oh, dear me. Oh, look at the mirror. Let's look at it again. Oh, he got right out to the edge of the gravel as well.
That's not done anything for those nice, sticky new tyres, that's for sure.
Take the smile off his face as well.
Oh, yeah. Position number 20 pre-pit stop as the number 17 comes in. Oh, what's happened here is he's gone on too long.
Exactly, that's the point I was making.
He's stacked with his teammate.
Ah, that's the problem. He couldn't get the Ferrari, the 70, the 51 in. So that was a major problem, stacking the two cars. So again, that's just lost position. Daniel Serra brought the car in third place. So they had to let the white Ferrari, the 51 that was of Collado, go before they could start working. So pushing the car back, you can see the fuel hose wouldn't stretch. It was too far. In fact, the car would have been out of its designated box anyway.
And that was prioritizing by doing, problem for 98. Is that a puncture? Yes, rear left puncture, I think.
What has happened to the BM? Is it left or right? It's the right rear.
Right.
It's the right rear. So Nick Yellerly, now, was that part of the reason why he was losing time to Jules Gounon? Or was there a contact? It looks like it's gone down already. The right rear looks like it's definitely gone. It has definitely gone. It's actually come away from the rim. That was the smoke, was where the tire, the bead between the tire and the rim broke, and that's why it got sideways. But the tire was clearly losing air or losing pressure, and only when he turned into Pujol did he realize, oh, I've got a problem.
He's at the end of his stint. He's asked a little bit too much of those tyres within 10 minutes, I suppose, of the stint. But with that kind of comfort window that they've got, it's not the end of the world. He doesn't have to do an extra pit stop. But the problem is, it's halfway around the lap.
I mean, he's losing time. Whatever way you look at it, it's not a good scenario for the 98 BMW. Had that not occurred, and had he made his way into the pits at normal race pace, he would be very much at the races. But now look at the rubber flailing around, and you've got to be big lumps of the carcass falling off as debris all over the racetrack. Fortunately, it's offline, but he's now got to make a tight turn and also do it not impeding other cars. So the team is prepared. Wow. Well, there you go.
Is it just rubber?
Unpredictability, the number one of motor racing.
Is it just rubber, or has it started to attack the bodywork as well? Fingers crossed for not. 19 seconds lost from the 71 Ferrari because of those pit stop maladies. 47 seconds lost for James Collado in the pits in the other 51 Ferrari, where they got stacked up because AF Corsa have so many cars.
Yeah, so the damage obviously is to the tire. I hope that in the process of that rubber flailing around, it hasn't done any residual damage, partly to bodywork, but primarily to suspension and brake components, brake lines. So the team will be putting their heads inside the wheel arch to have a look and see before they attach that new set of wheels and tires to the right rear corner. But I mean, completely unexpected, or certainly to us, that Yellerly may have felt at some point in that last lap that the car in left-hand corners is feeling rather strange, and maybe he was preparing himself for some unpleasantness. Well, he certainly got it in Pujol, and he did well to keep the car on the racetrack.
Not too much extra time spent in pit lane. The fuel hose was off whilst they attached that rear right tyre. They were just checking to make sure everything was okay in the arch before putting a new tyre on and potentially cutting it straight away. Jules Gounon, therefore, now on a big push, trying to make as much time over the Rover Racing BMW as possible. But surely, in just returning to the pits, they've already lost too much time to make this a big fight.
I would think that they've taken themselves outside of the top three once we get all these pit stops resolved. So, I mean, how can you make it up? But again, we've got these unusually high temperatures here this weekend, ambient high, track temperature high. You're running your car, and whether that was caused by pickup on the racetrack or whether it was caused by just simply the inside shoulder of the tyre just got so warm that inevitably the tyre just says, I've had enough, I can't do any more. But I don't know, that tyre will be taken away and Pirelli engineers will examine it and they'll make a report back to the team.
Great work from Rover Racing, a 2:03 the pit stop. So potentially you can do a 1:58, we lost extra 5 seconds. That's better than what happened at AF Corsa with the Iron Lynx squad. And Ferrari really removing themselves out of the fight with Antonio Fuoco 8th and James Collado 10th after 2 very slow pit stops from them. 3 big contenders with inside the top 10 with drama with less than 2 hours remaining. We're still owed a couple of pit stops from Jules Gounon in our leading 88 Mercedes, Dan Harper in the 50 BMW, who just went through shot there. And there is Augusto Farfus, now with his race suit on, presumably as the reserve driver in case anything happens to Nicky Katzberg.
No, the Audi in the background just kicks up a whole load of dust. And didn't do any damage, of course, but of course the damage might be that you cut a tire, and that's always the concern when you run wide. There's a drop-off between the racetrack and the gravel, and if that catches it incorrectly, there's enough damage potential to cut an inside shoulder of that rear tire. So down now to the lowest part of the circuit, or virtually the lowest part of the circuit. As the team at WRT, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, Benjamin Goethe, Thomas Neubauer. And let's have a look and see where they're running. Neubauer running second in class and running in 15th position. So the BMW, let's look and see Blanchimont. Top speeds at Blanchimont. Dan Harper, 259 kilometers per hour. Nick Yellowly, the 2 BMWs. In fact, 3 BMWs in the top 4. It's only Ross Gunn and the Aston Martin that gets close to it. 259 kilometers per hour is almost 160 miles an hour. So Dan Harper so just anyway, Dan Harper in second position, just looking at the Mercedes and the Audi behind. So they'll run down the hill, and Harper extends the advantage.
Well, that puncture came out of nowhere, didn't it? We had been saying about an hour and a half ago, John, that we seem to have got away from all of the rubber dramas that happened last night, and I've done it again.
Oh, David, there was always going to be a spike at some point. You know, this race is nothing but one always full of unexpecteds and surprises.
True. So now we've got Jules Gounon ahead of Dan Harper, Maro Engel and Lukas Stolz. Lukas Stolz, we reckon, can get to the end with one more pit stop now, and that car looking very, very strong indeed. This is Andrea Bertolini, who is leading in Pro-Am. We'll do some more number crunching in a moment or two, and we're getting set then to go through this last hour and 46 minutes of the race. And then at the end, of course, there is the podium that this year relocates, go to the fan village for the first time.
So how many have we left running? 39?
Or, yeah, 39.
Yeah, yes, it is 39 out of the 66. So is that a high attrition rate? Because most of them are for technical issues, not often we've seen a large number of retirements because of a number of serious accidents, but this looks as if it's been a tough mechanical race across the board.
I would say it is a pretty high mortality rate through mechanicals, because there haven't been that many big accidents this year, which is good to see. So we're looking at the Pro-Am leader, and as we are about to break in then to the last hour and 45 minutes of this race, over the timing line there goes the Pro-Am leading Ferrari. It's been a drama-filled TotalEnergies 24 hours of Spa. It began with Klaus Bachler in the green Porsche taking the race lead on the dive down towards Eau Rouge. Raffaele Marciello slotting in behind him in second place. Mirko Bortolotti third and Luca Stolz in the pink Mercedes fourth as the cars accelerated uphill for the first time. All of them to GT3 spec, absolutely nose to tail at the end of the opening lap, rounding La Source and plunging downhill once again. And up Radion, up towards Les Combes, 3 wide, even trying to be 4 abreast as the Grunt and Go Mercedes picked on the Audis and were monstered in turn by the Porsches. Nigel Bailly was tagged into a spin early on by Kenny Havel. Amazingly, the Marshals pushed the Bentley out of the gravel and got it back into the race as Loris Spinelli had a go at Janis Fittier in the Mercedes, and Koen Ledegaard and Luca Stolz went wheel to wheel down towards Eau Rouge. Ledegaard in the green Porsche very nearly becoming camouflage as he took to the dirt. Raffaele Marciello moved ahead of him, heading up to Les Combes a couple of laps later. The number 88 Mercedes working its way through the field as off and hard into the barrier went Cesar Gazot to become the race's first retirement. The damage to the Audi enough to put that out of the race. Jens Liebhauser was knocked into a spin by number 188, the McLaren driven by Enrique Chavez. That brought out a safety car. On the restart, because everybody was concertinaed, there was more contact, and Isaac Tutumlo Lopez was turned around by the Iron Dames Ferrari. Others picked up damage as they hit the brakes and were hit by other cars. Patrick Niedhauser flung the Audi to the inside of the Iron Lynx yellow Ferrari, but another full course yellow was triggered, and now Faisal Al-Zubar discovered it late. He piled into the back of Alex Malikin's Porsche. That was 2 more retirements, as then 51, the Iron Linked white Ferrari, powered its way past Porsches to gain track position on the run up the hill. Battles raged on in the classes, and then more dramas as around went Jens Liebhauser. Christopher Haas's Audi had tagged him. Hauser would be out, but the following afternoon, 57 Mercedes would retire as well. Karim Ogier, the next casualty, off into the gravel down at turn 9. Another interruption, another restart, and yet again the cars all close together. As running out wide was the Sky Tempesta Mercedes, off the road and back on again. Antonio Fuoco was keen to try to gain ground as well, charging up the inside and oh so nearly wiping out some of the traffic as he braked desperately late into La Source. Mercedes AMG battle continued. 88, the Acodis ASP entry ahead of the pink number 2 Get Speed car as the drivers battled on into the darkness, where Adam Eteki's Audi, pulled out of the gravel earlier, hit problems. The car that Karim Ogier had been off the road in ground to a halt, and that was retired from the race as Sebastian Bode had a spin up at Les Combes. Others just ran wide coming out of turn 9 and went through the gravel. Amazingly, they dug themselves out the other side. And in all the traffic, making sure you didn't pick up damage, risk a puncture, absolutely crucial, as well as the fact of adhering to track limits and not risking any time penalties being accrued that way. The drivers, the teams, having to be on their guard, maximum concentration all the way through. Through on the inside to gain a place at La Source, number 88 Mercedes, the Raffaele Marciello, Danny Juncadeo, Jules Gounon entry. It was a good clean pass to put it ahead of the number 71 Ferrari. Big accident for Albert Costa on his outlap. He got it wrong coming out of the pit path. And the number 63 Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini limped to the pit lane and into retirement. The next casualty, Ralph Bowen. His Porsche crashed coming out of Blanchimont. That was another retirement from the race. And we also lost the Bentley. That had a mechanical drama and parked by the side of the circuit. Off the road, though, went Matt Payne. Big accident for the Porsche driver. He's okay, but the race had to be stopped to attend to him and as well to the barriers. When we got going again from the safety car restart, there were plenty more battles needing to pan out. Drivers in the darkness with no reference points anymore, having to be careful of curbs and gravel as well as other cars because the competition was getting ever more intense, especially in the classes. Drama up at Les Combes. Gabriele Piana's Mercedes getting involved with a slower car. It was one of the Ferraris, the AF Corsa Pro-Am entry, and out of the race, number 5 Mercedes. Nick Katzberg had taken the lead at the 6 and 12 hour marks to take maximum points. The number 98 BMW was looking oh so strong as the car turned its way through Les Combes. And the Rover Racing team, winners 2 years ago with a Porsche, looking for a win now with BMW as Jules Gounon worked his way through the traffic back into the mix. Charles Weert, slowed for a troubled McLaren, was hit from behind by his teammate Nico Müller. Weert's out of the race. Müller, in Valentino Rossi's car, limped back to the pit lane. It had to be taped up before it could rejoin. And as we went safety car, so the Iron Lynx number 51 Ferrari had a spin as well. A red-faced driver, but at least the car was still in the race. So, as the safety car scooped up everybody, it meant that number 71 Ferrari led the way, but Jules Gounon was trying to work his way through the traffic. Another good battle in the Gold Cup as well, as the Sky Tempesta Racing and Valkenhorst BMWs came through together. In the BMW Junior Team BMW M4, Dan Harper round the outside of Mauro Engel, Raffaele Marciello wide at the Cours Paul Frere and lost a place. Up and past him went Nick Yellerly, as Henry Valkenhorst oh so nearly tagged race leader Laurens Vanthoor and spun his BMW. Laps apart, but a good fight on track. Ricardo Feller's Audi versus the Lukas Stolz, Maxi Goetz and Stein Schotthorst driven Mercedes. Maxi Goetz letting the Audi go, as straight off into the gravel down at Les Combes went Richard Heistand, and that was the end of the race for that car. It limped back to the pit lane, but it was out of contention. There was more drama still to come, though, as the cars battle their way down through Bruxelles. And with one or two exploring the outer regions of the circuit, Nicky Leutwiler got a tag from the Emil Frey Lamborghini, and that put the Pro-Am car off the road. Then, having rejoined the race, it did so with one wheel not tightened. It was a retirement, and so too in spectacular fashion, Miguel Ramos tagged into a spin which put him into the wall, and that was the end of number 188. It was also another lengthy safety car period for barrier repairs, driver okay. And so when we got going again and the sun broke through, the cars powered their way downhill with Jules Gounon catching Nicky Thiem, but tagged into a spin by the Sky Tempesta Mercedes. Jules Gounon lost 7 seconds as he recovered and had to do the hard work all over again. Jules Gounon getting ahead of number 47 Porsche, another place gained, and then he went toe-to-toe with Nicky Thiem. This could have been drama. It wasn't quite as bad as it could have been for Nicky Thiem, but it effectively put the Aston Martin out of the race in terms of a race win, because it lost a lap as he had to head back to the pit lane with 4 flat-spotted tyres and a heart rate that was through the roof. Rob Bell ran wide coming out of the Cours Paul Frere, the McLaren still going strongly, and getting away with that little moment, as after a pit stop a flapping door had to be attended to for Raffaele Marciello. Others were still discovering just how notorious Spa can be. The junior team BMW running wide coming out of the Blanchimont left-hander. The Rover Racing 98 leading the way, getting up front once again. Nick Yellerly doing a great stint, moving himself ahead of Nick Tandy, and the BMW looking oh so strong. Next target after the pit stops was to negotiate Ferrari number 71. That was done with alacrity, heading up towards Les Combes. Rounds of applause from the Rover Racing engineers. Number 51 Ferrari from Iron Lynx also trying to stay in the mix. James Collado working his way up past Marco Sorensen, but then a puncture for Nick Yellerly. The car came downhill, struggled to get through Pouhon, and was in real strife. So here at Spa-Francorchamps, we are now on lap number 496. We've just had number 50 Dan Harper into the pit lane, and we've also had this car, Raffaele Marciello, into the pits as well. So what we're now trying to do is compute all of these stop times up to the very end of the race. So with about an hour and 44, an hour and 40 to go, Marciello pitted. He's got another pit stop due at 39, so he's got one more stop to do, and so also has number 2 Mercedes, I reckon. Yes, but Marciello's stops are going to come later, which means when they go into the final run to the checkered flag, he of the 3 Mercedes AMGs will be the one on the freshest rubber, and therefore the one that's able to push the hardest. And that's assuming we don't have any more dramas as we saw with the 98 BMW. Now on the road, 55, Mauro Engel is back behind the wheel of this car and is due a pit stop. So it leads at the moment. Again, the whole morning, really, whole afternoon too, has been spent with watching the order shuffle every time a car pits, which is always the way in endurance racing. You've got to try and stay on top of exactly who is where in the strategy, in the pit stop cycle. And this car is coming to the end of its stint, whereas, for example, Raffaele Marciello, we've just looked at, he's at the start of a stint in number 88. So down they come into the chicane, and the drivers come up towards the timing line now. So Mauro Engel, he's got another 3-4 laps to go. This car, just by being on the lead lap, therefore, in that top 8, still looking for a decent result out of this race. The one we've lost, really, after a bad pit stop, James Collado's Ferrari, number 51. That was badly delayed, wasn't it? Yes, it was a double stacking, and unfortunately, the Collado car couldn't get into its box because the 71 car was, the 71 car
there wasn't space. So it overshot, then it had to be pulled back, and then of course they had to give space to allow the sister car to get back out on track.
So you're riding now with Raffaele Marciello, who will take this car to the end, and that is Luca Stolz ahead of him. So this is a battle now for position. It's for second on the road. It will become the race lead when Engel makes his pit stop, and Jules Grounon's car, Raffaele Marciello at the wheel of it, is lining up to make a move for leadership. Here they come. Side by side over the line, down towards La Source they go. On the outside line is Marciello, on the inside line is Stolz, and Luca Stolz gives him a bit of a hip and shoulder and forces him over the curve.
Oh, I think the stewards might have a little look at that, because that was clearly not giving a driver. That was not a fair. I mean, I would understand why. I would probably have done the same thing. But of course, in the case of Raffaele Marciello, he didn't want to get off the throttle. But you know, Marciello had the advantage coming off the chicane, but Stolz had the right line into the corner. And here you can see he releases the steering and forces Marciello, and that is, I would say, within the family, that's not going to be looked at positively.
So another replay. This was on board with Raffaele Marciello. There he is, forced up over the curb, and he has to make his own arrangements. So, big drama between the Mercedes. Might be the same brand, Mercedes AMG, but different teams. No love lost there.
Well, I just wonder who maybe here as the head of Mercedes AMG and looking at that say, oh, let them go at it. Well, actually, you know what? Currently, they've got 3 cars in the top 3, albeit that Mauro Engel is due at a pit stop in the next 7 or 8 minutes. Look, when you're in a situation like this, I don't think you need to do that with a member of the family.
I think you're right. I would go along with that. So, now Marciello's got to do it all over again. But he is doing, isn't he? Look, he's absolutely hacked away into that time. He is well riled.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, a riled Marciello is something to behold.
Indeed so.
So he's going to catch him again as they climb up the hill. So let's have a little look and see. So he's going to slip through up the inside into the early part of Blanchimont. Now we're coming to the corner proper, and he's catching. There we go, under brakes. So what is going to happen here is Marciello going to do much the same. He's not as close as he was the previous time, but he's got that fresher rubber. He's got better traction off the corner. Will Luca Stolz be as kind or not? Well, he's on the inside this time. I think it's a done deal. He's on the inside. And yes, so the boys had their fun, and the message has come through, stop playing.
Yeah, I agree. I think somebody's had a word with Luca Stolz saying, right, that was a bit out of order. It's also been noted at by race control. So whether or not Luca Stolz might pick up a penalty from the officials for forcing a car off a track, we'll have to wait and see. But he's also got, you might suspect, had a ticking off from Mercedes management for being a bit rough. The last thing they need is cars going off the road in a battle with themselves. This inter-Nissan contest then between Marciello and Stolz continues in the new order. Marciello is ahead of Stolz right now.
Look, you don't need to be a rocket scientist in charge of this Mercedes AMG program to say to the respective drivers, oh, they're in different teams, look, we're here to win this race. We're not here for the two of you to behave like that. We don't want to open the door to our principal competitors. Right now, it could be McLaren, Mervyn Kirchhoffer's in 4th place. Could be Nick Tandy in the Porsche 5th. Could be Dan Harper in the BMW, the lead BMW in 6th. Sadly, the 98 BMW, whereabouts is it? I'm just looking to see. It is, well, it's in 8th place, Nicky Katzberg. So, I mean, just behave.
Now this is the bronze leader, because Rima Jafali has got back into the lead of the class with the problems for the Valkenhorst number 35 BMW. So the Saudi Arabian racer, the country's only female racing driver. So into the chicane comes the traffic, including here, going a little bit wide, Rima Jafali in the CrowdStrike Mercedes that leads the Bronze Cup. Really good effort being put in here, and Rima Jafali, the Saudi Arabian, comes up to the line. She's about to go a lap down there to the surviving Aston Martin and Marco Sorensen, but this car, with the help of Tim Muller and Valentin Pierberg and George Kurtz, the man behind CrowdStrike, has done a really impressive job. They've got roughed up now and again, but the CrowdStrike-backed Mercedes leading its class and doing a top job as it heads downhill once again.
Yes, and again, intelligent use. You're not in a battle with the Aston Martin, and both cars got similar performance up past the start-finish line, but she just backed out of it momentarily and conceded the position. And at the end of the day, different categories, what's the point? Why are you trying to prove something which doesn't go on, will never go in the record books? All it will do will be you've won your class. How you win it is secondary to how you got there.
This car leads Pro-Am. This is Andrea Bertolini now. He's been a double winner of the event outright and multiple class winner. But Andrea Bertolini for AF Corsa comes through in the Ferrari shared by Louis Machiels, Stefano Costatini and Alessio Rovera, who has done the fastest lap of the race outright in this car. We've been saying, really, haven't we, that the Ferraris have never seemed to have the absolute pace. Alessio Rovera begs to differ, because in the early hours of the morning, he did the fastest lap.
Yes, he did. And I think he also said, look, the conditions were ideal. It was cool, the air was dense, so you're getting good downforce, you're getting good air into the induction and the motor, fresh tyres, clear racetrack. You know, he got all the oranges and as opposed to getting all the lemons. So he was a happy chappy, as Michele Gatting behind the wheel right now in the Iron Dames, 83, leading the Gold Cup.
And the Iron Dames Ferrari is well clear there. It has done 494 laps to the 491 currently of the Sky Tempesta Racing Mercedes. So it's been a class full of dramas. In fact, lots of them have had incidents. But this car, it's had the odd penalty, it's had the odd vibration issue and tyre set problem. But it's gone very, very nicely, and he's on target to win the Gold Cup.
And I could say, looking at it from the television screen, it's in showroom condition.
Pretty much, isn't it? It's not been involved in too many scrapes. There was one here after a full course yellow release where the car got involved with the Lippert Lamborghini. Isaac Tutumlu put him in the gravel, but other than that, no, it's gone very, very nicely and runs in 17th place overall. Iron Dames, of course, it's effectively an Iron Lynx car, and Iron Lynx was the winning team last season here. So it is Ferrari, Mercedes, and then McLaren in the Gold Cup. The third of the Gold Cup cars, Frederick Schandorf for Inception Racing. That's your leading silver, the Audi of Thomas Neubauer. 14th overall, not quite anymore the leading Audi, because there's another Pro Cup Audi up into 12th, Ricardo Feller at the wheel of it, but Audi have had a pretty barren race here, and the WRT Rofgo car heading, one would hope for their purposes, to a class win. But actually 99 Alex Arca is just over half a minute behind, so the Silver Cup is still up for grabs, and Thomas Tuiler is on the same lap as well now. So there you've got the Audi up out of Pouhon, swings into Piff Paff. Who would have thought that we'd be talking about the best Audis being 12th and 14th and 15th in a race at which they are always so strong. And there is Thomas Neubauer heading now down towards the right-hander of Campus.
Well, I mean, it'll be a massive disappointment to the Audi family and WRT in particular. They place an enormous amount of importance on this event, on winning it. And the 32 never really looked comfortable at any point, even through the Thursday and Friday track running. And you could tell by the looks and the faces, particularly of Dries van Thor, to a lesser extent Kelvin van der Linde, who always has got a smile.
Yeah.
But Dries there's been his demeanour looks slightly different. I don't know whether it's because, oh, there we go, the Mercedes is in.
That's Engel, isn't it? In. Right, so he's got one more pit stop to do. So number 55 comes in, so it will lose the lead. It will get it back on the next round of stops and then lose it again. So an hour and a half, and a stint is an hour and 5 minutes. So it's going to do a late race pit stop. And this is part of second guessing all of this, but the later they pit, then the less chance they've got of winning, because they aren't going to get it back again on the next cycle, because there won't be a next cycle. So if you pit at the start of the last hour, then you've got a better chance of a good result. If you pit during the hour, the later within that hour, so you've got less of a chance of winning, if you're following me. So this car's going to take over the lead on the road now. Raffaele Marciello at the wheel of it as he comes into the chicane, and having got ahead of Lukas Stolz, where is the pink Mercedes? Stolz is dropping back quite markedly, isn't he?
Yes, he was 3.5 seconds behind at the end of lap 499. We're now completing lap 500, and there is the pink Mercedes, but now 2 cars between first and second as the 55 rolls down the pit lane. Wonder whether Mauro Engel stayed on board. McLaren likewise, Marvin Kirchhofer has come into the pits. So on the 55, I wonder whether Maxi Booker, Michael Grenier will get in for this. Again, as the penultimate stint for these cars.
Well, Mauro Engel has been another loyal servant of Mercedes over the years, raced for them in V8 supercars in Australia, has won the FIA GT World Cup at Macau a couple of times for Mercedes. There is Marvin Kirchhofer into the pit lane in the Jota McLaren.
Does it sit higher on its jacks than other cars, or is that just an optical, trick?
It looks high.
It looks high to me. Maybe
yeah.
it's just the shape of the car, the body shape and whatever makes it look as if it's higher. And the release the jacks and the back of the car comes down fractionally quicker than the front, so that'll be a bit of a jolt. Not a jolt, not a jota, a jolt.
Yes.
Bit late in the day for that sort of stuff, isn't it?
So there is the leading car. Now that's Raffaele Marciello up front. This the leading car, 88 Mercedes, Raffaele Marciello now ahead on the most recent pit stop for Mauro Engel. We've got Marvin Kirchhofer's McLaren in the pit lane, and we've just got Dan Harper's BMW up past Nick Tandy in Porsche number 47 for 5th and 6th, although they're going to gain with the McLaren serving a stop right now. So you ride on board again with Marciello, gives the mirror a little nudge so he can see what's going on around him. So in this modern age, we keep talking about cars with these television cameras and the screens that they can look at instead of a mirror, but a good old-fashioned mirror, there's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, get me a mirror every day. I mean, I know the technology is wonderful, but there's something, I've grown up with mirrors and cars, and I'm not quite yet of the digital age. I'm still playing vinyl at home and love it to bits.
Get hold of John on his fax machine, down towards La Source then goes Raffaele Marciello, and he is ahead now of Lukas Stolz. The margin between them is 7.7 seconds. That lap from Marciello a 2:20 and a 2:22, very nearly a 2:23 by Stolz. So the gap is going up and up and up as there Frederick Scharnhoff pits in the Inception Racing McLaren, third in the Gold Cup.
There's no obvious explanation for that spike again in the lap time for the number 2 Lukas Stolz Mercedes AMG, but the factor on timing and scoring, so he's losing time, and that's considerable. I mean, that was almost 2.8 seconds on that last lap. It must have been traffic or something. I wouldn't think it's suddenly down to Lukas Stolz exclusively.
So we've been getting excited about Jules Gournot all the way through this race. His dad's come to watch in here right now as the Iron Dames Ferrari serves a stop. And Raffaele Marciello, 7.7 seconds ahead. Dan Harper in third place from Nick Tandy in fourth. Antonio Fuoco fifth. Mauro Engel in sixth place. So the car's currently on lap 5:02. And as there, the Iron Dames Ferrari cycles through another stop. Michel Gatting brought it in. This is still on target to win in gold. And the Ferrari of Alessio Rivera still has that fastest lap of the race to its name. So Marciello getting away, reflecting the good efforts of Jules Gournot and of Danny Juncadella. Lukas Stolz still second. Now, what's the gap looking like Stolz to Dan Harper? Half a minute, but Harper is catching.
And Harper is only 17 minutes into a stint, and Stolz is, well, 43 minutes in, so fresher rubber on the BMW in third place. So what was the last lap? It's still that 2:22.8, waiting for that to be updated. Marciello's last lap, 2:20.0, so these cars are coming up to the completion of lap 502, and we'll get an update to see whether Stolz has clawed back, or let's say stymied the loss of lap time over that last lap.
Got to say, this junior BMW, the junior team car, has done very, very impressive stuff, hasn't it? It's just got quietly on with the job. It's had relatively few dramas. It's one of the few cars we've written nothing next to in terms of problems. He says tempting fate yet again, but it really has had a good, solid run, and that is how you do well in long-distance races.
Yes, and keeping out of trouble, I mean, considering this is the junior team, as opposed to the more experienced crew in the 98. The other thing is the colours of the junior car make it look sort of slightly indistinct compared to the 98. The 98 stands out, that yellow and white, we know what it is, but you see that the 50 in a distance, it doesn't immediately tell you that that is the BMW junior car.
Have a look at how much time people have spent in the pit lane. 66, nearly 67 minutes for the number 88 Mercedes AMG against just over 67 minutes for the number 2 Get Speed car. An hour and 10, though, for the number 50 BMW Junior entry, and an hour and 11 for the number 98 BMW. Partly that skewed a bit by that most recent puncture. But again, we keep talking about the amount of time you spend in the pit lane and the least amount of time, meaning you'll get a better result, and there's more evidence of it. So BMW out of Les Combes. Behind is the Attempto Audi. So we've been talking about the need to be on the lead lap. The most recent one, I think, that's in jeopardy of falling off it, Marvin Kirchhofer, but he's in the last sector, so we're still going to end up with 8 on the lead lap. Nick Katzberg took over number 98 after Nick Yellerly's puncture, so they've dropped a long way back, but have at least stayed on that lead lap. So there is the BMW once more out of Pouhon. Third place, Dan Harper runs and accelerates again up towards the left-right of the pith path, or the right-left, depending on whether you're doing it properly.
Yeah.
BMW through, and he's coming up to a whole wall of traffic, getting into the right-hander of Campos now. So up to the back markers comes Dan Harper, and okay, he's not under immediate threat for a position, but he doesn't want to lose time.
No, but what Dan Harper has done over the last lap is he's matched almost to the thousandth of a second the pace. In fact, on the last lap, he was actually quicker than Marcello by 0.2 of a second. So the 50 BMW is running at race leading pace, albeit in third position, and waiting for him to come across start-finish line to see what the gap is between the BMW and the second place Lucas Stolz driven Mercedes AMG. But of course he's got 3 cars directly ahead of him, and he'll have to find a way through those and try and do it without losing time. So the gap between second and third is 28.5 seconds. And how long is he? Well, he's only 20 minutes into the stint, so he can certainly chip away that 28 seconds, but doubtfully he'll not chip it all away.
Got the AJS Events Lamborghini in the background there after the Heart of Racing with TF Sport Aston Martin. That fair play, they've kept that car going. It's 38 laps down after lots of damage yesterday evening. 4th place, Nick Tandy storms down the hill. Joy to watch Nick. I know we get excited about Kevin Estre in Porsches, but Nick Tandy's right up there in the same league. Exciting driver, very, very fast, rarely makes mistakes, and he's been another good Porsche servant over the years. He won Le Mans for Porsche. He's won plenty of endurance races, be it the Nürburgring, be it Spa, be it rounds of IGTC, such as Kyalami. Big slide as he hooks a curve there, but Nick takes that all in his stride.
Yes, and one of the strengths that Nick Tandy had when he had that success at Le Mans was apparently his nighttime stints were absolutely stellar. He was just so quick in the hours of darkness, and of course he's been equally quick here in darkness in a GT3 car.
And they're running in 5th place, Antonio Fuoco. So where is the next significant pit stop going to come from? It's going to be from Marco Sorensen, but he's the sort of best of those that are off that lead lap. There's the Ferrari out of Pouhon. So Nick Tandy 4th, Antonio Fuoco 5th. Last time around, the Ferrari was the quicker of the two. So this gap is coming down a little by little. Came down by about a second, in fact, last time. So the Ferrari looking as though it's got slightly better pace than that Porsche, the best of the Porsches. There aren't many surviving now, but Nick Tandy's car fourth, being caught a bit by Fuoco.
And you can see the gap between the two cars is 3.1 seconds and closing.
Into the left of Blanchimont they come. And there is Fuoco then, accelerates his way into the left-hander, down to the chicane, and Antonio Fuoco still fifth and hunting down Nick Tandy ahead of him. This Ferrari is on a mission. Antonio Fuoco then out of the chicane heads towards the timing line once more as they do come through. It was 3 seconds, Tandy to Fuoco, Porsche to Ferrari last time, and this time it's down to 2 seconds, and it's coming down at more than a second a lap right now.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything Nick Tandy has got left in the toolbox in the Porsche to play with, adjust, to try and adjust the car to gain a little bit more speed, and Fuoco is just simply running every lap that little bit quicker.
Up through a Rouge goes the Porsche. There's the Ferrari. Nick Tandy will be pushing as hard as he can. So you've got Mercedes, Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, BMW, McLaren, Aston Martin, Ferrari within the top 10. And there is the Porsche in the hands of Nick Tandy, the KCMG car. Paul Ip's company, Matt Howson managing the team here. And they're in 71 up the curb. The Ferrari that Davide Rigon and Daniel Serra have shared with Antonio Fuoco, but you can see the way the teams have played the driver lineup. Keep your gun for hire in for the end. Whoever you think is the quickest, use him in the last stint.
Well, Fuoco clearly handling the pace of the Porsche directly ahead. He is a young driver who came out of single-seater racing, had aspirations to be in a major Italian team in Formula One. So down the hill into Pouhon, and again just literally catching the Porsche, not as quick into the first part of Pouhon as the Ferrari was, and that again has shaved a few tenths of a second from the advantage Nick Tandy had. It was, as they came across the line, just 2 seconds even, so it's now probably down to under that second, and Nick Tandy's going to be very vulnerable, not just here at the lower part of the circuit, but by the time they get up to either into Blanchimont, but probably more likely into the chicane. And Fuoco knows he's got Nick Tandy covered. Nothing Tandy's going to be able to do about it.
So it is when rather than if the Ferrari finds a way by. And there they are, almost as one as the cars come through Blanchimont once again. This is now lap 5:05 for these two. Tandy hooks it up over the curb. Fuoco on a mission down to the chicane. Nick Tandy will try to cover off the inside line there. Fuoco isn't able to make a bid, but he will do into La Source, surely. This is where you need to fire the trigger coming out of the chicane. And the Porsche's all squirming.
Yeah, it's sliding around the rear. The traction is not great right now for Nick Tandy. Fuoco is going to look up the inside as they come up into La Source, and I suspect Nick Tandy's... No, he didn't. I thought he maybe was late in the brakes, but can make the undercut to the Ferrari get under the Porsche? No, it doesn't. So Nick Tandy's not going to hand over his hard-earned fourth place to the young Italian in the Ferrari just because he's caught him.
The feet you can see are those of Antonio Fuoco. Little bit of a lift, then nails it again coming out of the corner. That lift might be more the vibration that moved his foot rather than him flinching and lifting off, but he's about 3 lengths back, and yeah, he knows he's in a fight. If he's not gone toe-to-toe with Nick Tandy before, then he's going to enjoy this. This is going to be a proper brawl between the two.
Well, he tried to come out of the slipstream and realised he was going into a brick wall, so he pulled back into the slip, over the back end of the Porsche. I mean, we heard Nick talking about the Porsche oversteering. No, clear as gin. Fuoco could see the back of the car is not stable, and he's got a much better balanced car. Made it through, and I mean, that was ultimately a very straightforward and easy overtake for the young Italian.
Well, that Porsche is struggling. It's doing 223s. It's heading towards the end of a stint, but I think that set of tyres are well past their best now. Nick Tandy is doing his best to keep hold of that car, but he's lost a place to Antonio Fuoco, and there, another slide, and that put him offline for the next part of Le Combe.
Yeah, a little bit too wide, too early.
No further inquiry
coming down
necessary.
into Brussels, and that gave Fuoco every opportunity, and Nick knew it. He knew that he had lost momentum once the car began to slide. Again, you can see sliding as he comes out of Fagnes. So he's got, what, 53 and a bit minutes, almost 54 minutes of the stint. So another 6-8 minutes maximum he'll be delighted to get into the pits, and whether they keep Nick in the car, there'll be still over an hour to go. So he may be very close to the maximum drive time if he does stay on board.
And there in its 30 years of SRO organising GT racing livery, all hyphenated, is the number 99 Audi. No further investigation necessary in the incident between Stoltz and Marciello, said the race director Alain Adam, so that has gone away. And Alex Arca at the wheel of number 99 Audi is about to be dropped down and then blast back into the race here at Spa. Fuel out, car dropped, big slide there, but away goes a really committed Alex Arca. Now, he is still fighting to win silver, and he's hunting down Thomas Neubauer. In fact, it's not Alex Arca, Nicolas Schurl has taken the car over, forgive me, but silver between those Audis, that's Audi's consolation prize, a silver cut win, but it's going to go down to the wire. Now, Tandy has been caught by Engel.
Again, it's going to be much the same thing. Nick Tandy's going to have to face up to the reality that the pace of Mauro Engel is going to be just overwhelming, and it's not a matter of if but where. We saw that the Ferrari got through because up at this point, one lap earlier, the back end of the Porsche under acceleration and the transition just wasn't stable. Now Mauro Engel, as close as you can almost get at this point, he'll be thinking about a move down the inside. Nick Tandy goes to cover, back to the left, and will he go the long way around? It's going to be a long way around indeed for Mauro Engel. Hope it's not too dirty on the outside of the racetrack. Nick Tandy consolidates and keeps the place into the Jackie Eakes curve.
Yeah, Mauro Engel tried it, couldn't do it. Nick Tandy knows how to overtake himself. And look at the way Engel's jinking in and out of the draft there, trying to harry Nick Tandy into a mistake. Well, good luck with that.
I think also he maybe picked up a little bit of rubber on the tires and he was keen. But look how much quicker he is through Pouhon. Gets up on the inside, well, it's the outside coming down now into Fagnes. Will he go the long way around the outside? It's a high-risk strategy, but he's just about done it. Nick Tandy found himself being elbowed out at the transition back to the exit of Fagnes. And Mauro Engel, well, again, another courageous move. But maybe that's what it's got to, you got to do these things if you want to get clear of cars which are slower in a lap, and you can't find a way around them.
Nick Tandy, though, must be feeling as though he's driving on wets or driving on ice now, because that car clearly does not handle, does it? And so now, up and past him has gone Mauro Engel. This is Antonio Fuoco, who got past a lap ago. So the KCMG Porsche dropping time, dropping places. You've seen those really impressive speeds through Pouhon on that race vision graphic. As down to the chicane they come once more here. So Fuoco down through, but I just wonder whether he might be being caught by Engel.
Exactly, I was just about to say, just wonder, the pace of Fuoco on the last lap was 2:20. Engel's lap was actually slightly slower, but that was due to finding a way around Nick Tandy. So now that Engel's cleared the Porsche, what has he got left to have a look at catching down the fourth place Ferrari as they came across the line? That gap was 2.3 seconds. By the end of this lap, it'll probably be under 2 seconds.
Marciello is now 15 seconds to the good. I understand from the stewards that what we said was an easy pass, Marciello going ahead of Stoltz. It was actually Stoltz giving the place back on the way to turn one. But either way, it's been addressed.
Very good. I'm pleased with that.
Race order here at Spa then. Raffaele Marciello for Mercedes-AMG ahead of Luca Stoltz for Mercedes-AMG. Dan Harper now upholding BMW honour ahead of Antonio Fuoco for Ferrari. This Mercedes-AMG fifth, then is Mauro Engel, and sixth is Nick Tandy's Porsche. Seventh, Nick Katzberg, BMW. Eighth, McLaren, Marvin Kirchhofer. And they're the ones on the lead lap. As downhill here comes Fuoco, but behind him is Mauro Engel, who was quicker within sector one. And Engel is inching up as best he can onto the tail of that Ferrari.
Well, there is the race leader, Raffaele Marciello, coming up to lap the 46. WRT Audi, Valentino Rossi behind, and we understand Rossi's in for the duration.
Well, I think the fans that have come to watch him will be delighted to cheer him home, won't they? Wherever we've gone this year with Fanatec GT, the Rossi faithful have been there.
And bring them on, because we need that kind of human response in sport. Sometimes, particularly a mechanical sport, you can overwhelm the personalities with the mechanics and the technology, but people like Valentino Rossi stand above all that.
So many of them have been here for the entire weekend. It's great to have fans back. The fan village with the concerts has been another draw of the weekend, and it's going to be where the podium is. The traditional podium used to be, of course, on the endurance start-finish area. Well, the grandstands that used to be there have gone. There is a grandstand, but it's further up the hill now, the reprofiling of that part of the circuit. So the decision this year has been to move the podium down to the fan village. The cars can drive in, park at the front of it, and take the drivers to the fans. Valentino Rossi is not going to be on that podium, but look, he has certainly had plenty of track time. He's learned a massive amount this weekend. Another step forward in the career of Valentino Rossi, GT racer.
A study of concentration. Look at the eyes, how little. I always look and see how much blinking. There's a blink just a second ago, but the depth of concentration, that's remarkable when you see a human being under this level of stress and how they could cope with them and take on board all the information that's coming to them. Ooh, I've seen a few of those from Valentino during the course of the race, the very quick snap oversteer.
That was almost one of those ride 'em cowboy moments that you had with Nick Tandy a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed, but Valentino's had a number of those. So maybe he wants to change the horse and get something a little bit kinder to him.
Well, this has been a kind car, and look, it's barely got a mark on it, despite the fact that it's been flat out for now nearly 23 hours, despite the fact it's been tagged into a spin and had a brush with a Aston Martin. Raffaele Marciello, who you could argue deserves and is overdue a win in this race, comes over the timing line now as he breaks the beam. That's at the end of 22 hours and 55 minutes, 37.007 seconds worth of racing.
And second place, Lukas Stolz is going to be coming in probably this lap or one more. So he has just reached the hour. So he'll be in the pits, and that will then again elevate the 50 BMW of Dan Harper, who is only midway through his stint.
You're going to hate me for saying this, but I'll say it anyway as we nudge the last hour. We've not had a full course yellow for a while, which is good. So the teams have been able to get on with doing proper green flag racing. There is Marciello then, and he's now 16.8 seconds to the good over Lukas Stolz. Now, 88 Mercedes is due, I think, another pit stop with 39 minutes to go, whereas in theory, the Lukas Stolz car has got one more pit stop to do, and that is imminent.
Yes, and that's it, in effect.
That'll be its last stop.
So an hour and 3 minutes remaining. So he will stay out as long as possible. He can stay out for 65 minutes. He can certainly stay out for one more lap, depending on where he is on this current lap. He's actually, well, he's just gone through sector 1, so I suspect he can complete this lap and do one more before that 65-minute limit is reached.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter hugely whether it's this lap or the next, because they need to top the car up, and he's the right side of 65 minutes either way, isn't he? There's less than an hour and 5 minutes of the race. 65 minutes is a stint. So there is Lukas Stolz. Just wonder whether an element of the pace ebbing away in this is a bit of preservation of tyres or fuel or car or all, but the gap has certainly grown, surprisingly. Number 6 there is Marco Mappelli, still a lap down and running in 11th place. The K-Pax Lamborghini, I said at the start of the weekend it was my dark horse, but it's just not quite delivered in the race, has it?
No, it did show phenomenal pace during the shootout, but unfortunately it got a penalty, and then for a variety of reasons it's never quite managed to consolidate or perform as we had anticipated.
So the K-Pax team, the American squad operating this car, down in 11th place right now. Marco Mappelli down through the gears into the chicane, but they've never given up, this squad. They've pushed and pushed and pushed, and there might be a place to gain yet. That is number 33 Audi, which is the second of the Gold Cup cars now. The Japanese driver Ruchiro Tomita at the wheel of it, 4WRT, and pressing on. But again, this is a car that's been in the gravel. It has lost therefore 3 laps to the Iron Dames. They're not going to pull that back.
Oh no. I mean, the only reason that would ever happen is if all of a sudden that car, the 83 Ferrari, hit problems, and so far it's run trouble-free from what we understand. So a 3-lap loss is the best part of Well, 6 times about 7 minutes in reality. So there we... Chris Froggatt, 3rd in the gold category.
I think if Sky Tempesta Racing sit down and go through this race, they will have weeks to do it, because so many dramas seem to have gone that car's way. It's been involved in all sorts of incidents. When it's been running well, it's gone really well, and they'll be pleased to get to the end, because it's been a really checkered season. They haven't had any mechanical woes, but they do seem to have been involved in lots of scrapes. That is Nick Tandy into the pit lane. This is his last pit stop then. So Nick Tandy, 63.5 minutes for a stint, and he will, assuming he stays in the car, be delighted to be given a new set of boots. And Stoltz in for his last stop as well. So the 2nd place and 6th place cars both in at the same time, but as Lukas Stoltz is the one that running in 2nd place. So we got Marcello in the lead, who is 41 and a bit minutes into his penultimate stint. There is the race leader, and just it's almost now this predestined result for one of the standout stars of our series and season. So other than something unforeseen, again, applies to the entire field, but it looks as if it's theirs to lose, and it ought to be this car and its drivers and its team that stand on the winner's podium. Well, it has been a great effort by Raffaele Marciello, Danny Juncadella and Jules Gounon. We've got an hour of the race to go, so we're not done yet as the car sweeps through the left-hander, the right-hander, it's been a long day, of La Source, and downhill once more goes then the Mercedes. So as it heads down the hill, you've got really, really strong charge being put in here by Marciello, trying to build that gap, and he is building that gap lap after lap after lap over Dan Harper now, because Lukas Stoltz is the driver who is having pitted but falling back. Lukas Stoltz, so Dan Harper up into 2nd place. Raffaele Marciello out of Les Combes, and the 88 Acodis ASP Mercedes AMG. It's got an hour to go. Now, on the one hand, you could say all you've got to do is drive around, not make mistakes, tick off the laps, but 24-hour races, Ben Constanduras, are never quite as straightforward as that.
I'm in for a demi-stint.
Right,
just for a half stint. Just to go 2 halves rather than a full whole stint. It looks like the tyres are having to really struggle to get through that full hour. So, personally, John and I just doing 2 short stints of our time. Right, you're short stinting, that's fair enough, yeah. I'll go for a long stint and see whether you or I win at the end. How about that? So, Raffaele Marciello, Danny Juncadella, Jules Gounon, just reflect on this car for a moment, because it was tagged into a spin by the Sky Tempesta Mercedes AMG. It had that skirmish going up through Radion. You don't normally get away with more than one thing in this race. They got away with 2. I keep meaning to ask Jules Gounon about lottery numbers, because it's had a charmed life. They've done so well to survive, and yet, you know, the car is virtually unmarked. Some years, it doesn't happen very often, but just sometimes it's your race. It looks like it's their race this year. And they absolutely deserve it, because so often it has not gone their way, and they have had issues before. As you mentioned, Jules Gounon has had a good year in the Intercontinental Series, of which we are in the 2nd round of this year's championship. He has taken, interestingly, 2 wins and is on course for a 3rd, because he took the last win of last year, which was this year, in the Kyle Army 9-hour race, and also took the win in the Bathurst. So whilst we are looking, of course, at the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS overall championship, the Endurance Cup Championship, we also have the Intercontinental to look at and consider as well. And for Jules, it's looking very, very strong. And his father, very, very proud dad, Jean-Marc Gounon, good racer himself, popped his head around the door a few moments ago to watch what was going on for, admittedly not his son in the car, but the car that his son has been driving, and whisper it. Jean-Marc's reputation was of quick but fiery, and had the odd accident. Jules is the opposite of that. You know, yes, he's quick, and he doesn't have quite the same fiery temperament, and he rarely makes mistakes. He's seemingly the complete deal. Absolutely important to learn from your father's mistakes. He won't be listening. Is your father listening? No. Oh, that's fine then. Far too busy. Far too busy. So you've just seen the silver leader serve a pit stop. Thomas Neubauer was in the pit lane. And
The second of the silvers now is Thomas Trujillo, who got ahead of Nicolas Schürrle on that last pit stop. As there you've got then downhill Raffaele Marciello. Now we're cycling through all of these last pit stops, so we're not done yet. The order is still going to shuffle, and again, you know, things can go wrong here. You could speed in the pit lane.
Well, we saw what happened to the Ev Corsa guys, bringing 3 cars in at the same time and jumping and getting confused and blocking each other in and ending up with a 47-second pit stop. One thing that was being considered in the press room just a few moments ago is if any of our cars that are late due pit stops that are within half an hour of the end of the race, whether they can actually do a short stop, not do the full 2 minutes, but actually do more like a 1:20 stop, and still get to the end. It means they don't get as much fuel. But the likes of Maro Engel, for instance, who's only done 28 minutes on this stint, or indeed the other one is Kirchhofer, also 28 minutes on his stint. Could his last pit stop be a short one, and suddenly we'd see them jump up the order and into a position where perhaps they're fighting for podiums?
Possibly. I think it depends where that last stop comes, doesn't it? Because the short stop is a fuel coupling of a maximum of 6 seconds. You don't get much fuel in all that time. So, yeah, I'll take your point, but it's another gamble. But again, you know, if you're going to be hero or zero, you might as well roll those dice and see what comes out.
Yeah, 6 seconds of fuel versus, what, 20, 30 seconds of fuel? That's quite a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, the fuel coupling is a minimum of 6, sorry, maximum of 6 or a minimum of 41, isn't it? So, yeah, it is a big chunk, as you say. There is the Iron Lynx Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco then, which is currently 3rd in the order. But that's going to be the next one that owes us a pit stop. It's 58 minutes into a stint. So Fuoco, with a load of traffic to try to clear as well, comes now down towards the chicane. That was yellow to start this race. It's now a bit more wasp-like with lots of black flecks all over it as it comes out of the chicane. Maro Engel hustling through the traffic in the background. Big flash of the lights there by Fuoco to say, come on, I'm quicker, get out of the way. That's Patrick Niederhauser up the road, and Fuoco wants to dive by. Maro Engel 4th for AMG Team Gruppe M Racing. And that car, again, it's never perhaps been the fastest, but it's there or thereabouts come the end, isn't it?
Interestingly, walking around the paddock, you can see that both Jules Gounon and Maro Engel have still got their pink boots from when we've seen them in the BWT-sponsored machines. And of course, being Works Mercedes drivers, they do get moved around from team to team, and perhaps Maro Engel would have been, now looking at where we are in terms of the race pace, better off in the 2 machine. Would have that given that car more pace to be able to fight at the sharp end? Or is this 55 got something up its sleeve? Does it have enough fuel to go short stint, for instance? This is the one that has the most potential too. If it does so, that will certainly get them onto the podium. That would actually, I think, work out at a Mercedes clean sweep.
What we now need is a big shower of rain to really liven things up. And do you know what? It has got a bit cloudier over where we are on the pit straight. It's not going to rain, is it? It hasn't done for over 10 days, but it would liven things up for some of the teams.
John mentioned it this morning. He mentioned that there could be some showers in the area at cut due around 4 o'clock. So we're about that point in the race. I looked at my radar from my phone, and it looks a bit too far north to hit us, but you never know. And if the conditions and ambient conditions change locally, then Spa, as we know, has this microclimate, that suddenly we could get a bit of rain. I don't think it's going to be a massive thunderstorm. We should really have a thunderstorm, shouldn't we? Because it's that kind of temperature and heat. But we haven't got the humidity, I don't think. It's quite spectacular when you look at shots like that.
Spa is always spectacular, whether it's rain or shine. You know, even when it's a miserable day, it's a brooding place, isn't it, that has its own aura to it. And right now, we're on lap 5:15 for Raffaele Marciello. We're into the last hour. And this is a bit like the calm before the storm, isn't it, as we limber up to the next round of stops. There is 55, Maro Engel. He's a bit nearer again. Look to Antonio Fuoco. He's got that Audi to clear in the middle of all of this. But Maro Engel, another fantastic GT and touring car racer, hustling on in pursuit of Antonio Fuoco, who's a relatively recent convert to the GT racing world. Only his 2nd full season. Into La Source they go. And there you've got Maro Engel heading off down the hill. He has cleared that Audi, and so he's got a free, clear run now onto the back of the Ferrari. we're watching this battle develop for third place between the yellow Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, and behind him, Maro Engel aboard number 55 Mercedes. They are both heading towards a pit stop. Fuoco will be the earlier of the two to pit, probably at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not sure we're going to see what wheel-to-wheel action here, because Fuoco, I think, has to come in at the end of the lap, otherwise he'll be a bit too over his drive time to be able to do so. Engel has the flexibility of another half an hour. He could go to that full half an hour, but do you lose too much time by running on tyres that are really, really old? Do you pit earlier and have then a 45 and a 45 so that your tyres are relatively fresh in both stints, or is he going to try and push it so that then they go short? I don't think they can go short. I think that a short is too short.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But therefore, you would then divide, for me, you'd then divide the two stints in half so that you don't have one stint where you're really, really long on the tyre and then the second stint where you're short on the tyre.
Now back on board here with Chris Froggatt, got himself back up to second in the golds. Remember, we've got gold, silver and bronze, plus Pro-Am and plus the pros. And it's the pro battle that is the outright discussion, where Raffaele Marciello leads Dan Harper. You were saying earlier, Ben, about the fact that the juniors are sort of one entity. Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen, Max Hesse, they kind of do everything together. And right now they are doing an outstanding job running in that leading pack.
They did the same actually earlier in the year at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring until they got taken out of contention. But they are really, I mean, they have got experience pre-BMW, but
yeah,
they have really been through a complete program with BMW over the last couple of years. As I mentioned earlier, far longer than it should have been because of COVID. So they have been properly schooled, and BMW junior teams are long entities. The Ferrari now comes into the pits as expected from third position.
So that's another of our leading drivers then, serving that last stop. Dan Harper, Carrera Cup GB champion. Max Hesse, a very accomplished German racer. Neil Verhagen was part of the Red Bull single-seater junior programme for a time, wasn't he, in Formula Renault, and drove in the MRF Challenge in India. Briefly a yellow flag in Sector 3, but it was no sooner out than in. So it was at turn 18, somebody just going a bit deep into the chicane, presumably. The first element, the right, not the left. But panic over. Both the Iron Lynx cars are in. They've not learned, have they, about double stacking? They're in again.
Exactly. I think the main problem was the AM machine that was the third in the group. Was the one that effectively meant that at that point, I'm sure the white one was in the middle and not at the front, but the 51 drops off the jacks first, so that works out for them this time. The first one out first, second one will come out again. But ultimately, throwing away 47 seconds in your previous stop does very much, with the way that this race is, where it's tenths of a second gained and lost per lap, it's a huge lose, and nothing to do with what the drivers really did either. Just a little bit of planning from the AF Corsa squad. So much experience, so many cars that they run both here and in all of the various endurance series. I'm surprised they got themselves into that sticky situation. But when you do walk down pit lane and you just keep turning and there's more and more and more in the same AF Corsa garage, you do wonder just how they are able to keep up the quality of running the pro cars that fly the flag, and then all of the AMs. Oh, it's the Sky Tempest.
Not again. That's Chris Froggatt, and he's now coming to the pit lane. What happened here, Chris? Let's have a look. He was slightly put off his stride, maybe, by Audi number 25 diving up the inside, but yeah, the Haupt Racing Team run Mercedes having a pretty torrid race, but it's still going. That's the main thing. So Mercedes leads outright. The Mercedes AMG leading. The last time we had a Mercedes AMG victory was in the days of the SLS GT3 model. That was back in 2013 when Bernd Schneider, Maxi Götz and Maxi Buch, both of whom are in the race this year, of course, came out on top.
It was that was the year of the Götz and Buch championship, when they were young chargers that nobody really had ever heard of, and Bernd Schneider was the old boy in the car. Well,
yeah, they put Bernd Schneider into that car for this race to give them a bit of tutelage, and because they were ahead at 6 and 12 and 24 hours and came back with a whole wheelbarrow full of points, so Bernd Schneider was kept on for the rest of the season and they won the championship. So you know, this is one round that can absolutely set you up for the season. They hadn't done the previous two events, but they came in here and absolutely drilled everybody. 71, Antonio Fuoco then goes through Bruxelles. Nick Katzberg's just brought 98 BMW into the pit lane. This is still the leading car. This is Raffaele Marciello, 3/4 of an hour to go. That's all now. So the next question is going to surround number 2 of Lukas Stolz and where that car is after the next cycle, because of course he's already served his last pit stop, and so also has 47 now Dennis Olsen at the wheel.
For a second I thought that we weren't going to have a tyre change on the BMW, but they were just over the other side out of shot. So fuel in, tyres on, would have been a risk with 45 minutes to go, trying to double stint the tyres. In fact, probably impossible with this heat.
So the windscreen rip-off sorted out on the BMW. Pirelli have brought 17,000 tyres to this event for GT3 and for GT4 and Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And I think that's only slicks. The wets is another number altogether. Not that they've needed any of those, but they had to have provision for that as well. So it's a mammoth operation for so many people, and the same is absolutely true of Pirelli.
And did you know that there's an alloy wheel shortage? That's one of the many things that we have issues with in the automotive industry right now, due to various different things happening around the world. We know that many manufacturers struggling to build things like wiring looms, for instance, but also alloy wheels are in shortage, so means more and more changing.
And here's an alloy wheel that's about to get a grinding, I think, because Emil Frey Lamborghini. Thomas Tuchel, now he was in the hunt for the Silver Cup, and he's got a tyre that's gone down, and it's that smoke that you saw. I think it's the wheel against the ground. Look, yeah, it's another rear puncture on the left-hand side, and away goes the rubber. Bits of bodywork will flail as well, and so that alloy wheel is going to be ground down on the run to the pit lane. So with just under 3/4 of an hour to go, oh no, another car in problem.
Oh, he's got to be so careful here. There's lots and lots of bits coming off the back of that Lamborghini. Yeah. Second in class, was due a pit stop in the next 5 minutes, so has asked a little bit too much of the left rear tyre, which is not necessarily the one that gets the most punishment.
And that car, number 99, Nicholas Schürrle, will now go through to second in silver, hunting down the Audi of Thomas Neubauer. I've been saying silver's going to go down to the wire. Well, here's yet more evidence of it, because the two Audis are going to go toe-to-toe to the flag now.
And they are on the same strategy as well. We were owed a pit stop from the Lamborghini, so it would have taken itself out of that second spot. But unfortunately, with the delamination over at Speaker's Corner, it's a long way back, and there's going to be more damage done to the rear end of that car as he limps home, and bits flail and bits rip off the bodywork of the Huracan.
So over the timing line now goes Nicholas Schürrle. Let's see how far back he is from Thomas Neubauer. He is 18 seconds, but is Nicholas Schürrle imminent for a pit stop? Well, he's further into a stint, but I think he should be okay to go to the end. Just marginal, but just. So that's the silver leader, and this silver contest is going to be worth watching now as we keep an eye on the gap, as up to Les Combes comes the WRT Audi. Thomas Neubauer, who came from Ferrari Challenge, he has been an outright winner in a Sprint Cup round as a silver, but that was for Mercedes AMG. Now as an Audi driver, he leads silver here from Nicholas Schürrle, and there is Schürrle coming up to Les Combes. So the margin when they crossed the line was 18 seconds, and there's barely anything to choose between them. I mean, you know, it's hundreds that they're separated by in terms of sector pace.
We started the race with 10 Audi R8s, and unfortunately 5 of them retiring. Always a favourite for the 24 Hours of Spa with so much success, but have just not been at the sharp end. I think mainly because the favoured cars have been eliminated, and the best of the Audis now, number 66 down in 12th position.
And down the pit lane comes what's left of that tyre on the Thomas Tuchel Lamborghini. Emil Frey Racing came with 3, and I think this is the last one still going, and it's now hobbled as well.
So my point about alloy wheels is, with Pirelli bringing all those tyres, you've got less alloys to be fitted on, so you get less sets, so you have to do more changes. You can't just keep the tyres. So there has been a huge amount of work going on, as there always is down there at Pirelli, but I think specifically this year, when teams perhaps have only got 3 sets of alloys rather than 5 or 6.
Well, some of those teams that have got through without any punctures will be remarkably fortunate, because it has been, as feared, a race with a fair number of punctures. It's not been riddled with them. I don't think we've had any more necessarily than other years, despite everyone's fears. But yeah, it's been a talking point, but it's not been puncture after puncture after puncture. I can remember being at Le Mans one year. When was it? Marco Werner had a puncture on the formation lap, on the rolling lap in the R8 days. So, you know, we weren't in that situation, for example. And there are plenty that have gone through the race without tyre dramas.
I think drivers, as well as teams, have learnt to avoid them, have learnt where the problem areas are, and we did obviously see a flurry early on in the race. Some of the teams took responsibility for that in changing the setups of the car. I think other drivers have kept, for instance, out of gravel traps, because running the edge of the tyre over the concrete, over into the gravel, can grind away the edge of the alloy quite easily, or indeed the edge of the tyre, and that can cause a puncture. So I think part and parcel across the board, everyone's taken responsibility, which we don't see in all categories of motorsport, and therefore we are in a much better position now. Any puncture we're seeing, for me now at this part of the race, is people asking too much of their tyres. Certainly end of the stint for the Lamborghini, end of the stint for the BMW, and perhaps because they were asked too much of in the early part and the driver didn't do enough to preserve them, to get them to the full 65 minutes. Such is the new tarmac that we've got here, and such is the conditions that we're racing in, which is beautiful, but unlike Spa.
There's also, of course, that pure just being unlucky element, isn't there?
And there is that too.
You know,
yeah.
you can turn a corner, somebody that you don't know about, having run wide ahead of you, has brought some gravel onto the road, and suddenly life changes. So, yeah, all these factors, which is why we love endurance racing. The Iron Dames still lead in gold. Rahel Frey behind the wheel of that car for the last stint. Perhaps the most experienced of the lot. Rahel, ex-DTM racer, ADAC GT Masters racer, Ford GT, and more recently Ferrari racer at Le Mans, prototype racer. She's done pretty much most things in GT or touring car style racing. That is the delayed Aston Martin after that massive spin going through shot. Maxime Martin, Pilote Belge, behind the wheel, and Elise de Pauw now currently second in the Gold Cup,
yeah.
Another Belgian hero.
And I wonder whether we might see a little bit of a fight here for second, because Ollie Milroy is aboard the third place car. Obviously he is the most, the fastest of that McLaren crew. The gap is only 27 seconds. Look at the windscreen. Absolute mess. And the track as well there, where the Lamborghini's left a few bits of car on the track. The reason that has happened is, number one, the heat inside the car has created a heat differentiation between outside and inside, but also the pebble bashing from gravel being spat into the windscreen of that car. Because it's got plastic on, we're not seeing holes in the glass and the actual surface, but it is puncturing the layers of plastic that protect the windscreen itself.
Down drops number 50 BMW, so that's the final stop served for number 50. And Dan Harper brought it in. Car makes its way down the pit lane, and also in comes then the leading car, Raffaele Marciello, in. And now we need to see where number 2 Mercedes is going to be come the end of this lap. So the team ready down in the bottom pits, they'll know the car is in. And in comes Raffaele Marciello for the last time. So this has got to go like clockwork. The French team, Accords ASP standing for Autosport Promotion, Jérôme Policon's team, ready to receive. The pit marshals are there to make sure that everything is adhered to under the regulations. That's not our car, that's the BMW Junior one they see going back into the race. So now the order can shuffle again. We need to be keeping an eye, of course, on the cars coming through. Like number 98 BMW, that is Nick Katzberg at the wheel, but equally that too into a stint. So that's gone over the timing line. Nick Katzberg 7 minutes now into a stint, gaining places back again out of all of this. So that car has just bought itself another position, I suspect, against, yep, there it is, 88 into the pit lane now.
Watch the top of the screen, that Mar-Angle Mercedes will soon appear and get back ahead of this 88 Mercedes. A windscreen tear off for the final stint. Raffaele Marciello staying aboard the car.
So he's going to be given a brand new set of boots, but while he's in the pit lane, that is number 55 going through. The one that I'm more concerned about is number 98, but of course that is a lap down, isn't it? So Nick Katzberg is doing a good pace, but he's dropped a lap after the earlier puncture. Right, so the fuel goes in. The tyres are on. Marciello is on board, he stays on board. It's now up to the team to make sure this pit stop does not contravene any regulations. As soon as possible, it'll be dropped down. Engine fires. Away goes Raffaele Marciello then back into the final 37 minutes of the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. Accelerates away, and this is now going to be a crucial 36.5 minutes for Raffaele Marciello. So the Mercedes blasts back on track, and we'll now see where that is in relation to the number 2 Lukas Stolz Mercedes, because that will have gone through as well. So at the end of the next lap we'll get an idea of the proper order. Look to see who is behind Marciello. There are the back marking cars, if you like, the midfield cars now going through, including the Mad Panda Ezequiel Perez Companc Mercedes. And in 30th place there is Earl Bamber. We've not really talked about Earl Bamber, Le Mans winner, because he's been busy as a sort of player manager, running his own car and driving it as well. But that Pro-Am entry, 3rd in class, Earl Bamber in the Singer Beer backed Porsche, just bailing out of the way of the leader there.
Stolz now going into Les Combes, so there's a big old gap between 88 and 2. Despite that pit stop, Engel's obviously gone through, but Engel does still owe us a pit stop. Kirchhofer owes us a pit stop. That's 2nd and 3rd. So the gap between 1st and 2nd, as we think it should be, quite large actually.
And I think this has given number 2 the race lead, and potentially, depending on pace, a race win, because we know that that car can go to the end. Engel leads on the road, number 55, but as we keep mentioning, he has got a pit stop to do. So,
and Marciello is 2nd.
Okay, so there is the 88 Mercedes. Yeah, Lukas Stolz still behind, isn't he? He's in that middle sector.
Yeah.
So this has panned out just as 88 needed it to. They have effectively kept track position ahead of the other cars that are serving a final stop. So up towards the timing line, Maro Engel has gone by. He has an advantage of, and it's worth looking at the gap now, goes through, and 42 seconds, but a pit stop is 2 minutes, so he's not going to keep the lead.
No, and it's all been down to Raffaele Marciello's hard work in these last 2 stints. That hard pass that he needed to do on Lukas Stolz after Stolz got his elbows out, and then the gap that he has created. And the gap is quite a significant one. I'm quite surprised. Here comes the number 2 over the line now, and it is 25 seconds.
Yeah. And their pace is so similar. Lukas Stolz is going to struggle to bring that down. Remember, having lost the place on the road in that previous stint to Marciello, the gap widened markedly. So right now it is looking really good for number 88 Mercedes on its way for a win here. Fourth on the road, number 2 Mercedes, Lukas Stolz pressing on, but he's going to buy 1 place back when Marvin Kirchhofer pits. He's going to buy another one back when Maro Engel pits. So this car good for 2nd, but it's going to need something sparkling to be able to hunt down the better part of 25 seconds, which is the margin to the race-leading Raffaele Marciello Mercedes.
And those cars behind have also done their last pit stop. So we've got Dan Harper less than a second behind Dennis Olsen in the 47 KCMG Porsche, and they are only 6 seconds back for Antonio Fuoco in the 71 Ferrari. I think Maro Engel, when he does pit, is going to fall into that little pack, and we're going to have a fascinating fight for 3rd. Might not necessarily be for the lead, because it does look in these last 2 stints like Marciello has absolutely sealed the deal. But it is very much a question mark. We know how fast the BMWs can be, especially early on in their stints. Perhaps Dan Harper being told not to push quite as hard as Nick Yellerly did a few stints ago. But it's very close between those.
Now, as the cars work lap 5:23, let's hear the thoughts of Jules Gounon and Danny Juncadella. They're watching their car possibly take a win. Amanda Busick is with them.
Just looking at the crew guys and the drivers, you can tell the nerves are high. Crew guys are shaking their legs. You guys are pacing and walking around. What is the anxiety level for you right now, Jules?
Yeah, it's really high. I had a few moments in my stint also with Nicky and stuff during radio, but yeah, it's very difficult, you know. we are with Danny. We did everything we could. Lelo is doing everything he can. The team did fantastic. Now it's just finger crossed, and hopefully the time can go faster.
Dana, we talked to you after your last stint, and you already were kind of emotional at that moment. But when you look at earlier in the race, you told us that this year felt different. How does it feel right now?
I don't really want to say it, but because it's not done yet, so I'm not gonna say it yet. But yeah, it just feels special. I mean, the whole race has been pretty emotional, and even whatever the result, I'm super happy with my teammates' performance, the team's performance, my own performance, everything. And it's just, this race is so special. It's so big. So let's see where we end up.
You feel the nerves, can't you? Feel the tension just in the way that Danny speaks. Jules Gounon a little bit more loquacious, but not by much. So Maro Engel is 2 or 3 laps away yet from the stop, and Marciello presses on. He's won most big GT races, but not this one.
Drivers aren't very good as passengers. They're even worse standing on the sidelines watching somebody else do it. Big, another puncture for a BMW.
It's the Valkenhorst car, isn't it, out of the Pro-Am.
No, that's the AM
car, the bronze car.
The 35, which is one of our last cars.
It is. It's Jörg Breuer.
Is it a puncture? That smoke is coming from a funny place.
It's got a problem come what may.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
It's limping round, and it's going to be a hazard. Yeah, it doesn't look like the tyre's gone down. It almost looks as though it's fouling against the guard, but it's 48 minutes into a stint, so it's not that it's not been put on properly. Now look at this. Dan Harper coming up to have a go at Dennis Olsen. Just as they got past the BMW, absolutely tied together. There they are in the background for 6th and 7th places. The Porsche just ahead of the BMW. Dennis Olsen having taken over from Nick Tandy. Dan Harper, who used to drive for Nick Tandy in Carrera Cup. He won Carrera Cup GB for Nick's JTR team. Nose to tail through Port, but that Porsche's on borrowed time because Dan Harper is, as ever, being an absolute star, and there's traffic ahead. Which way do they go? Absolutely boxed in. Nowhere to go either way for either of them. Up the inside line there goes the Lamborghini. That's a separate fight. The Emil Frey Lamborghini sandwiching the Porsche versus BMW battle. Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian driver, IGTC champion a couple of years back, on the lights, trying to get himself up through the traffic as Harper again looks for a gap. But this is a part of the circuit now where the BMWs have always looked strong.
And we've got the Emil Frey Lamborghini ahead of us as well, although seemingly getting back up to speed after being delayed by the Ferrari, and the BMW crawling all over the tail. Goes to the outside of Blanchimont. It's really, really hard to go around the outside there. It can't happen. He does it round the outside, keeps the car onto the circuit. And Dan Harper really is a star, isn't he? And now he's going to try and clear the Lamborghini as well.
That was fantastic. That was a great move. Dan Harper came to prominence really in Ginetta Junior racing with the School of Hard Knocks, and that was a similar kind of move that you would have learned there. Over the timing line they come then, so that gives us now a change for 6th place on the road and 5th on the corrected times because of Marvin Kirchhoffer's last stop. In fairness, Dennis Olsen's not giving up. He wants the place back, but Dan Harper up into 5th place. Great racing between these two. We've been racing now for 23.5 hours, and they are still hard at it. And Dan Harper, having cleared the Porsche, is getting away. The next target is 9 seconds away, and it's the yellow Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, and he's pushing on to try to catch him. Fuoco just went through the shot up to Lecombe, and there, look, is Dan Harper. He's there in now 5th place, 9 seconds to make up, and he has just done the absolute best first sector of the race. Dan Harper on a mission.
And where is Maro Engel going to come out in relation to the BMW? I'm sure that's who these guys are racing. Yes, they can try and get past Antonio Fuoco, who at the moment occupies the 3rd position. Ultimately, depending on where Engel comes out, Engel's got surely a 2-minute pit stop. Not entirely sure whether they are going to do that short stop. There's only 120 odd seconds. Not sure they'll be able to get enough fuel into the car to be able to do so. If they can, they're more likely to be on that podium. If they can't, I think Dan Harper and the pace that he has is going to create a real fight here.
Yeah, he's absolutely storming along, isn't he? He has taken 0.8 of a second out of that margin in sector 1 alone through the piff path. Dennis Olsen in that KCMG Porsche that's again, it's a bit like the Ferraris. It's been there or thereabouts, but it's never looked dynamite, has it? Whereas the BMWs have just got stronger and stronger, and yet the one constant has been 88 Mercedes. Having said that, of course, at 6 hours and at 12 hours, it was number 98 BMW that led and got the points. So, in a sense, they're the ones that have had this race get away from them, whereas at the 24-hour mark, seemingly it's going to come back to Akkodis ASP.
We were so impressed by Nick Yellerly's pace early on in the stint a few stints ago, but unfortunately by the end of the stint the tyre gave up on him.
Yeah.
Whether that was related to how hard he'd pushed, we don't know. Either way, Dan Harper doesn't have to worry about that because we've only got 26 minutes remaining on the clock. He's only had those tyres on for 11 minutes, so they'll never get to the point of the end of the stint, these tyres. They're designed to do over an hour. If you get to that hour, then you're into the jeopardy. But these guys only have to do 35 minutes on this tyre, and which means Dan can fully attack. Fastest lap of that car's race on the last lap with only half an hour remaining.
11/10 slower than the absolute best lap, but hey, who's counting? It's still been a remarkable performance, this, by Dan Harper. I can't remember a year where we've had so many cars on the lead lap. And, you know, those last 3 or 4 hours, we've been not just on our toes, but on our calculators, trying to work out who's going to pit when and how that's going to affect the order. And even now, we're still questioning where Maro Engel is going to drop back in, or where the battle that will pick up, bring us to in the overall order. There, going through his Harper, getting away from Dennis Olsen, and Marciello leading Stoltz now by half a minute. This is Marciello's race to lose. So out of Bruxelles goes Dan Harper, and as the cars come downhill, that's the prey, that's the one he's chasing, the yellow Ferrari of Fuoco. The main focus right now is this car, 5th, Dan Harper's BMW. He's part of BMW's junior team, number 50 BMW. 50, the number, because it is celebrating 50 years of the BMW M brand. And the M4 closing on Antonio Fuoco's yellow Ferrari for 4th place. Raffaele Marciello is second on the road. The car ahead is due a pit stop. He will take the lead. He will head for the win. 25 minutes remain. He leads by the best part of half a minute. So it is Raffaele Marciello's race to lose as you look at Dan Harper closing on Antonio Fuoco.
And on the last lap, closing by 1.7 seconds. 1.7 seconds. It's massive. It's going to be a similar amount on this lap as well, with 0.6 of a second found just in the first sector of the lap, which is basically the start-finish straight, hairpin first corner, and then the flat-out run all the way through Eau Rouge, Kemmel Straight, because the beam is broken at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and then we go into the fiddly middle sector of the lap. Coming to the end of the lap now, we'll be able to live gap and have a look at how it's reduced once more. 6.7 the last time we checked. Fuoco over the line. Here comes Dan Harper flashing the lights at the top of the shot, and it's 6.4.
So through they go, and Dan Harper is about to put a move on Ollie Milroy. Remember, Ollie is 3rd in the Gold Cup, and as the cars then now make their way downhill once again, we've got just under 24 minutes of the race to go, and so a good effort by Dan Harper. He's not done yet. Maro Engel still leading the way now. He is due that pit stop. Still, we've got Marciello to Stoltz, 34 seconds. It's going up all the time. Raffaele Marciello on target for him, for Danny Juncadella, for Jules Gounon, set for the win. Now, Fuoco to Harper. When they cross the line, 6.4 seconds. And it's down to 5.6 then, heading up towards Les Combes. So this is on, isn't it? Dan Harper absolutely storming along. We knew that he's good, but perhaps this, because of the stage on which he's performing, is more impressive, really. He comes then down now into the right-hander of Bruxelles. Turns his way out of the right-hander, drops down towards Tika's corner, and there you've got the yellow Ferrari just up the road ahead. Antonio Fuoco storms downhill. Harper is chasing as they come into Pouhon. So the BMW turns left now. Dan Harper's performances in Fanatec GT this year have been good, but you know, he's not been up there fighting necessarily for an outright win, but here he is looking to influence the podium.
Well, setting fastest sector times, purple sector times, what a lap and a bit ago. So Dan Harper absolutely nailing the BMW and trying to run down the Ferrari directly ahead of him. So he's 6.4 seconds last time across start-finish line. 22 minutes, I mean, it's very doable indeed. And I was just hearing a little fact, another one is some facts that are of always interest. How many people do you think were here over the 4 days for this 24 hours of Spa?
I don't know. Tell me.
74,000.
That's not a bad number.
That's an extremely good number. And it's been perfect weather. It's been the best Spa weekend experience I've ever had because we've had glorious weather. Albeit now looking above me, there are clouds rolling in. And maybe we'll get the full 24 hours without any rain at all. But you never know. You never know here.
So Dan Harper with 2 slower cars to negotiate. Technically, we've got 38 still circulating, I think. And 1 or 2 of those are still in strife. Now, this is the man that leads on the road. This is Mauro Engel, and he's yet to serve that last pit stop. So, as Ben Constanduras was suggesting a few moments ago, the real interest now is where that's going to drop in after the stop. And I think this lap is when Mauro Engel should come in, and in he does come.
Indeed, he didn't really have a lot of options, so Mauro Engel, it's just, it's inevitably there's going to be winners and losers, and in the case of the 55, they've done a stellar job, but the strategy means that they've got to make that final pit stop with 21 minutes remaining. It'll be a quick stop, but well, they're going to change tires as well, so it's going to be the traditional stop. Now, is Engel staying in? I think he is. They opened the door, but I think it might be just a change of drinks bottle as race leader comes up. And he will, it's not race leader, he will become race leader any second now as he comes across start-finish line. There was the former race leader, and now Mauro.
So Mauro Engel serves his last pit stop. Raffaele Marciello will go through. So the next question will be whether Luca Stolt benefits from that stop. He should do to confirm second place. And it's going to put Mauro Engel probably close to Dan Harper. There he goes.
So he's got all the way down to La Source, then all the way the longer run down the other side. So there is the number 2 Mercedes, and it is going to take that position away in, I would say, relative comfort, because the 55 will only be making its way down the back side of the. There it is. In fact, so they've been. So absolutely no trouble whatsoever for Lucas Stoltz.
But this is such a long pit lane. I know we've said it before, but it's worth bearing in mind. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. So you think, right, I've done my pit stop. Oh, no, you haven't. You've still got all of that drive time to do.
And where's Mauro? There he is now.
Yeah.
That's an interminable amount of time it's taking to get down the pit lane, but that's the regulation, 50 kilometers per hour.
So it's going to put him possibly behind Dan Harper. Fuoco's going to clear him, and Harper ain't that far behind Fuoco. He's only 5.9 seconds back, so it could put Engel, in fact, even with Dennis Olsen, down towards the bottom end of that leading pack. There goes the Ferrari. 20 minutes to go.
But Fuoco has got the message. His last lap was a 2:19.9 as against a 2:20.0.
Dan Harper gets ahead as well then, so that is going to put Dan Harper into 4th. It's going to put Engel 5th, but he's on fresher tyres, he's on a heavier fuel load. Mauro Engel sets off in pursuit of Harper, who is in pursuit of Fuoco. So now we've got 3rd, 4th and 5th going down to the wire.
Indeed we do, but the BMW, and I have to be a bit partisan here, Dan Harper has only 18 odd minutes or so on those tyres, so while they're not that nice, crisp, fresh set of shiny black Pirellis, they're still in pretty good shape. So again, it's all about position, or as you say, David, location. And you know, the Mercedes AMG is not only going to have to catch Dan Harper, he's going to have to overtake him.
Absolutely right. So Dan Harper chases down the Ferrari, being chased down by Mauro Engel's Mercedes. Up front, Marciello is now the race leader, confirmed, because he's just gone across the timing line. And then behind him in second place will be, a bit distant now, Luca Stoltz. There was a thought about an hour and a half ago that this could be number 2's race. The strategy was good, but the pace hasn't quite matched that of 88 Mercedes. So Marciello leads. You're on board with Raffaele, the Italian driver, upholding his hopes, but also those of the Spaniard, Dani Juncadella, French driver Jules Gounon, who, of course, in the Intercontinental GT Challenge is looking for another bag full of points. Mauro Engel did run second. He's now pitted, and just up ahead of Marciello is Marvin Kirchhofer, who is 8th and about to drop off the lap, because Kirchhofer there, going through shot, will be lapped very shortly by that car, number 88, in the hands of Raffaele Marciello, down towards Bruxelles. Well, let's assume that they get through 17 minutes and change without problems. This win is overdue, and it'll be a really popular one.
Indeed, it will be. I think there have been other occasions, certainly in the previous 2 years, where this car with Marcello behind the wheel, certainly in qualifying, was the dominant force. But sometimes errors, whether it was on the circuit, whether it was in the pit lane, your pit lane infringements, sometimes it's a speed limit, and it just goes on and on and on. So you don't come here to Spa 24 and win on your first outing. It takes the drivers, and the team a period of learning, and not to say that it's a quirky circuit, but factors around this race are unpredictable. The weather this year, totally unpredictable.
Well, nobody would have predicted such glorious weather and such high temperatures. So this Dan Harper BMW, it is still hustling on. It is still chasing down the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, and it has not given up yet in its quest to get a further place. BMW for the podium would be, if you like, a good result because of how the other car has gone, with its late race puncture being the only real drama that's cost it the time. But there, look, Harper, he's on a mission. The gap is down to 5.4 seconds, and he's quicker in sector 1.
Yes, and he's now got the Ferrari in his sights, and it's always, you know, it's a positive, uplifting thought that you can see the car that you want to run down. Sometimes the times are coming down, but you can't see where the car is now. The times are coming down, and he can see where the car is.
Jules Gournon's trying to blank out all of this. He doesn't want to look. He's listening to whatever
crossed.
Music he has. Yep, fingers are crossed, touching his lucky bracelet. So, yeah, 24 hours might be a long time. These 15 minutes are even longer.
Yeah, and Dad Jean-Marc Gournot came in to say his name is Gournot, not Gugno.
Yes.
And you say Gournot, and I've always said Gugno. So it's just a friendly little, by the way, it is Gournot. So from now on it will be Gournot.
Well, he became known in British GT as Alton Park as Chicken Nuggets, you see, because of goujons. But we'll go with Gournot. It's a bit more polite than being known as Chicken Nugget, especially here where they're a proper freak. Over the timing line goes then the leading duo of Mercedes, 36 seconds between them. And Fuoco's Ferrari is about to get stuck in a raft of traffic. This might throw a lifeline to Dan Harper, who's 4.8 seconds back. It's still game on for third.
It is, but of course Dan Harper's going to have to deal with the very traffic now that Fuoco has managed to find his way around the first of those 4 cars as they all come down and just filter up through Eau Rouge and over the top at Radio. Where is the BMW? There it is. Looks very stable, very quick indeed in that transition as you turn right. There's the Iron Dames Ferrari. Likewise, a great job. Still in 18th position, still leading the Gold Cup, and that is going to be a very memorable, and I'm saying this in anticipation, win for the Iron Dames. The Fuoco comes up, gets alongside the Lamborghini, and again, good use of the circuit, just gets the nose ahead at a critical part as we look at the number 30 Audi, Thomas Neubauer leading. So class leaders, here we go.
That's Thomas Neubauer heading silver from Nicholas Scherl, and that gap has been a tight one. It's come down a bit to 11.3 seconds, but as long as Thomas Neubauer can keep out of trouble, there's a category win heading the way of him, Jean-Baptiste Simonau and Benji Goethe in that WRT Audi. The best place of the WRT Audis. Gold, Rahal Frey for Iron Dames, bringing it home, along with the efforts of Dorian Pant, Rahal Frey and Michel Gatting, and Dorian Pant, Sarah Bovey, the other drivers, get there in the end. That has been a very, very good effort, with lots of the Gold Cup teams having had dramas of one sort or another. That's just gone on with the job and done a really, really solid run through. And Pro-Am is going to be the Louis Machiel's Ferrari, the number 52 AF Corsa entry. Number 52 Ferrari, there it is in 20th place. Louis Machiel's behind the wheel. Andrea Bertolini, Alessio Rovera, who has still got that fastest lap of the race to his name, and Stefano Costatini are the other drivers of it. So not for the first time an AF Corsa car is set for honours here in the category of the Spa 24 Hours. Of course, the outright win went the way of Iron Lynx. There's a bit of engineering assistance from AF Corsa to Iron Lynx. They're not one in the same, they're not completely separate. There is a harmonious relationship between the two, although nowadays Iron Lynx has a single-seater hookup with the Prema Racing team. In bronze, we're going to have history made, aren't we? Because for the first time, a Saudi Arabian lady racer is going to be on the Spa podium and on Fanatec GT podium as well. Rima Jafali bringing home the CrowdStrike Mercedes down to Bruxelles, and along with the efforts of Valentin Pierberg and Tim Muller and George Kurtz, the bronze class is going to go the way. 34th overall of the Mercedes. Rima Jafali in her single-seater days struggled a bit, and okay, the pace hasn't put her up with the pros here, but what they have done is just run to a pace, run to a program, try and keep out of trouble, and there is a category win, and on page 1 of the timing in 34th place.
Absolutely. I mean, a great team effort yet again. 4 drivers all doing what they've been asked to do, and the car coming back looking, I would say, not quite showroom condition, but not a million miles away from it. And they've got the bronze win, and that was their objective. Everything else was secondary, anything else was a bonus in reality.
So through the right-hander of Paul Frere comes Rima Al-Jafali, as over the timing line once more goes Raffaele Marciello. That puts 531 laps in the book. 11 minutes are on the clock now, and out of La Source he goes. So 11 minutes, that's going to give us what, 6 laps? Downhill he comes, 5 or 6 the target now, and Raffaele just has to tick these laps off, not put a wheel wrong. He'll be hearing all sorts of funny noises in the car now. The nerves will be jangling as he's desperate to get to the end of the race.
Well, this is the point in the race where you don't really want to start running curves aggressively.
But equally, if you become too conservative, you risk making more mistakes. So he's still got to concentrate, even with a half-minute or so lead, as he goes now up to Les Combes. So riding with Raffaele Marciello.
It's basically all about maintaining a rhythm, a little bit of squirrely.
That's the position, isn't it? That is Engel dive bombing Dan Harper. He's gone through. So Maro Engel is up into 4th place then as they come across the line, but BRDC superstar Dan Harper fights back on the outside line, and they rub again. Touring car style down towards La Source. Engel's ahead, but can Harper dive bomb him on the way out of the corner?
Well, Engel's got fresher tyres, so he's got that additional bite and grip. And Dan Harper went toe-to-toe all the way up into La Source, but the speed of the Mercedes AMG at this point, a little bit greater than that. And of course the gap between what was Harper and Fuoco was extending in the favor of Fuoco. He was consolidating. There is the Ferrari, and you can see now the compromise that's been set in Dan Harper's hopes of getting Fuoco. That's basically all gone. And the reality, I suspect, is that as much as he's going to push and as hard as he's pushing, and he's pushing pretty hard coming through Les Combes, you could visually see how much he was closing down the Mercedes AMG. Dan Harper isn't going to give up without a fight.
And Antonio Fuoco ahead of them speeded up last time. So he, in the Ferrari, looks a bit safer in 3rd place. Now the battle is on for 4th as the cars make that run yet again down towards Speaker's Corner. But Dan Harper has just dropped back another length or so, hasn't he?
Yes, I mean, he's been on this set of tyres. Well, it's not all that long ago when he came. No, he's been on for half a stint, 29 minutes. So the car, he was very quick on the opening laps of his stint, and he was catching the 3rd place Ferrari, the number 71 Ferrari. But unfortunately for him, Maro Engel has got fresher tyres and, of course, a lot of experience and natural speed. The Mercedes, of course, the AMG Mercedes, a great race car, and Engel wants that podium to make it a Mercedes block out on the top of the winner's podium.
Nick Katzberg is also hustling on in pursuit of Dennis Olsen now in the KCMG Porsche. So that BMW there, the Rover Racing liveried car, as opposed to the BMW Bank car, goes through. And that gap comes down. Jules Gounon is thinking about everything he can think of apart from this race. Whatever he's listening to has got to be loud, I'll tell you. Either that or he's trying to work out the rules of Mornington Crescent. Up towards the timing line then goes the Antonio Fuoco Ferrari, and let's see what he's got in hand over Maro Engel now, because 5.8 seconds is that margin. On that last lap through, it was Engel quicker because Fuoco's now got a bit of traffic ahead of him.
Yeah, but that's the same traffic that Engel is now going to have to contend with. 3 cars, indeed 3 cars ahead of him, and Fuoco has cleared those, and he can hustle on around the racetrack, and Engel is going to find a way past. He'll clip past 1 or 2 of them, certainly one of them, before he gets up to Les Combes. But then he's got to deal, well, he's almost alongside the first of those two cars. That's the Samantha Tam Racing BMW. So he's cleared that, cleared another Valkenhorst BMW. So 2 BMWs, and there, is that Samantha Tam?
It is indeed, yeah, she's in 36th place, bringing the car home. Good effort.
Extremely good.
First time here, was absolutely wowed by the event when interviewed at the parade, and new circuit, new style of racing in a way, with so many cars on such a circuit and different culture of racing. Yeah, they've done a really good job.
What you might call a bit grown-up racing coming here, isn't it? I mean, it really is. This is test your mettle like no other racetrack and no other endurance events does.
But you're going to learn a lot, aren't you, here? Samantha Tam then chases downhill as Dan Harper puts a lap on her. There is the spectacularly coloured BMW. So Raffaele Marciello still leads the way as you ride on board again with Samantha Tam. Talked about earlier on in the race, just going off a small tangent, the fact that there are 16 sons in this race whose fathers have raced. Well, there's also, in Danny Juncadea's case, his grand uncle, if you can have such a thing, Alex Solaroy, who was a winner of this event as well. And although Danny Juncadea's racing lineage goes back many, many generations, there's that to include in it as well.
I know Alex, but I'm Alex Solaroy. I haven't seen him since somewhere in the 70s. He was a very successful Spanish race driver, Formula 2, did a little bit of Formula 1, close friend of the late great Jochen Rindt. So back in, again, go back to the early 70s, don't want to talk about it, it's too long ago.
And Danny Juncadea's uncle, Grand Prix race Rivières past Luis Perez Sala. Well, there is the leading car, there are the nervous faces, and we are 5.5 minutes away from the end. The teams have worked all through the night, the drivers have battled through the night. It is a massive event, all of this. It deserves a vote of thanks from everybody. On the SRO side, to the team of Laurent Gourdin, Patricia Kiefer, Sophie Peyrat, who put so much effort into making this event happen. Spare an enormous thought for all of our camera crew that have been out in all weathers, normally this year in the heat, but in the daylight, in the darkness, long working hours. And to Mike Scott, Ed Kingsford and Richard Hay, who've produced and directed not only these 24 hours non-stop, but all the support races as well. A Herculean task from everybody. Well done to all involved.
And let's not forget all those cameramen around the racetrack who've been out for 24 hours, shifts and whatever. Not least of all the Pirelli tyre.
Yes,
the Pirelli brought 17,000 dry weather tyres. 17,000. And I mean, if you walk past the Pirelli tyre fitting bit of the paddock, it was non-stop. And of course, it's been a dry race. I mean, it's just the demand on tyres has been at the limit.
Yeah, the bloke that was given responsibility for looking after the wets has had a quite cushy weekend for a change, really. Anyway, down towards the bus stop chicane comes Raffaele Marciello, and up towards the timing line he now comes. We've got just over 4 minutes on the clock, which is 2 more laps, that is all, because we're doing 2:21s at the moment. Now, here is a battle that's going to go down to the wire. It's going to change, I think, before the end, because for 6th place, Dennis Olsen has been caught by Nick Katzberg. Maro Engel is still pushing on in pursuit of Antonio Fuoco, but this is more likely to change then. 6th and 7th, it's Porsche versus BMW, it's Olsen versus Katzberg.
Katzberg's got the slightly younger Pirelli tyres of these two, and as we saw a little bit earlier, we saw with Nick Tandy, the back end of the Porsche coming towards the end of the stint, sliding around a lot, where the BMW looks the more stable of the two cars. Well, that was up until, of course, when we had that misfortune when the tyre delaminated, and that caused the car with Nick Yellerly to have to make that unforced pit stop. So through Blanchimont, and are we going to see Nicky Katzberg looking to make a lunge down the inside? Now he falls back in line, takes his preferred line, and the Porsche gets out of the way, but he will have the better run out of the exit of the chicane. Nevertheless, Dennis Olsen doesn't do a bad job. As we see, again, the BMW, Nicky Katzberg sticking the nose of the BMW into the driver's mirrors on the right-hand side, just to say, I am here, don't forget about me.
How could you? Because that BMW has been a very, very competitive car all the way through this. And as the cars then head once more down through Eau Rouge, you've got Dennis Olsen doing his best to try to get away, maybe by a length on that section, but this is where the BMW will fight back.
So the long uphill run up into Lake Coombe. So on board with the BMW, Nicky Katzberg. So gets off the throttle on the brakes.
Marciello again, and Jules Gounon, who has won the event before, is going to join Laurens Vanthoor and Fabrizio Gollin as winners in the all-GT era in the history of the 24 Hours of Spa for two different manufacturers, because it was with an Audi that Jules won a few years ago. Still don't look, still got everything crossed. One more lap, Jules. One more lap, that's all.
He's in purgatory sitting there. I mean, this race is not won until you take the checkered flag. And I mean, the commentator's curse, well, let's not even think about it, let alone speak it.
Indeed so. So downhill once again comes the Mercedes. And this is the final lap. John, just reflect on what an effort the team has put in this year.
I mean, it's all the Akotos ASP team. It's such a great team, and particularly the 88 car in these endurance events, the 89 car in the sprint events, and Raffaele Marcello has evolved from being a really young single-seater driver who drove a GT car like it was a single-seater, but his maturity and his composure, I think, really is the thing that I've noticed most, is that when he's behind the wheel, he appears to be almost totally relaxed. Now, that isn't, in fact, the case, but that's the perception he gives, and he's done just a truly amazing job, along with Danny Juncadella and Jules Gounon. We'll not have Gugnon, which is fish fingers deep fried in breadcrumbs. So Gounon has been a major contributor along with Raffaele Marcello. Danny Juncadella's day was complete earlier in the day, so his contribution was no less important than the other two.
The car has half a lap to go. The teammates watch, the teammates embrace, and Raffaele Marciello sees traffic ahead of him. He's come so close, he's suffered the highs and lows. He started on pole position for the third time in a row. It was an inherited pole, but it's going to be a race win on merit and no question about it. And Jules Gounon continues to bank points in the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, because it's going to be a third straight win in that for him. It's going to be a second Spa 24 Hours victory for Jules. It's going to be a maiden Spa 24 win for Raffaele Marciello and for Danny Juncadella. It's going to be Mercedes AMG's first win since the SLS Model 1 in 2013. It's going to be one more corner to go as down towards the chicane comes Raffaele Marciello. They're smiling in the garage. They're going to be cheering in the garage in a moment, because the 2022 TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa is won by Mercedes AMG. It is won by Raffaele Marciello, Danny Juncadella and Jules Gounon. Raffaele Marciello brings the car across the line. The outpouring of emotion is plain to see. The only man that can't join in just yet is Raffaele Marciello. Now the battles are on behind, and second place is going to be Lukas Stolz, who comes through. You've got the silver winning Audi going over the line there of Thomas Neubauer. And what about third and fourth and fifth? There is Stolz. That's the second placed Mercedes. Wait for third, because you've got Fuoco being chased by Engel, being chased by Harper. So it's a Mercedes AMG 1-2. This is Engel. He comes down towards the chicane, and he's closing on the Ferrari, but he's not quite going to get there in time. Maybe one more lap. Ferrari third. Antonio Fuoco brings it across the line. Antonio Fuoco, Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon third, and Davide Rigon on the podium after last year. That's a good story. Fourth, Mauro Engel, Mikael Grenier and Maxi Buch. And for fifth place, it will be Dan Harper. This is the Arn Dames Ferrari. It's going to win gold. It's going to be the Gold Cup winner in 18th place overall. Down to the chicane comes Rahel Frey. And ahead, look, it is Valentino Rossi. Valentino is going to be 17th on his Spa 24 Hours debut. 18th with a big flash of the lights. Over the timing line comes Rahel Frey. And the fans in the stands applaud, because anybody that's got to the end of this race has done a great job. Dan Harper just coming up to the line to take fifth ahead of Nick Katzberg. Sixth in the sister BMW. And Dennis Olsen, as you look at the Akodis ASP team celebrating, might have a problem. Let's hear from the winning drivers, though. Amanda is in the middle of all of this.
Jules, from the sheer heartbreak of last year to the elation that is on your face right now, why was this redemption possible?
Yeah, last year was such a disappointment. We had such a strong team. with Akodis, my teammates Lelo and Danny, and what to say? I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Fantastic. Thanks to Mercedes, Akodis, my teammates, the whole team. We did it.
Well, there is hardly a dry eye up here. And Danny, you called it very early and said that this day was different. As you let your first win here sink in, how will you tell the story of this day?
I still need to realize what just happened. I've been having a feeling the whole week that something special is coming. But I just focus on my own performance, the team's performance. In the end, I think a Spa chooses you, and this time they chose us.
What are you guys going to say to Raffaele?
Yeah! That's what we're going to say.
What a great reaction. Jules Gounon and Danny Junqueira. Their celebrations have started, and this man is ready to join in as well. Raffaele Marciello comes home then as the race winner. Superb effort, and the Akodis ASP team, John, we know it's one of the top GT teams, but this race has always been the one that got away. Not this year.
Well, they've always had the pace. They've always been either on pole or near to pole, but it's never quite come together. They've either picked up issues or they got involved in incidents. This year, that was a real perfect race from the Akodis ASP team, and they thoroughly deserve a victory.
Absolutely right. And a great reception from all of the fans. And so Mercedes AMG, Akodis ASP, and Raffaele Marciello, Danny Junqueira, and Jules Gounon win here at Spa-Francorchamps at the end of a great 24 hours. And there is the winning Silver Cup car of Benjamin Goethe, Jean-Baptiste Simonard, and of Thomas Neubauer. The cars are allowed one complete slowing down lap. The podium, as I've been saying, is down just before Eau Rouge in the fan village. And there are, of course, podiums for the classes as much as for overall, and the winner of IGTC will be acknowledged. The Arn Dames there at the pink Ferrari, winning in the Gold Cup. And there's not much to complain about in that performance either. They didn't just luck into that. That was a contender all the way through the race and a deserved win.
Absolutely, and I think that the drivers can, and the team, for that matter, can be thoroughly proud of what they achieved. The Samantha Tan, likewise, you can see there's a little tear in her eye, making it to the finish of 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps on your first visit. You know, it's such a different, I mean, racing in North America, I love it. I think it's fantastic, wonderful racetracks. But this is a legendary racetrack. It's got history going back, well, back as the 20s or 30s, certainly the 20s. And to come here and finish on your first attempt, well, Samantha Tan has got every good reason to go back home and feel thoroughly proud of what her team and what she's achieved.
It's very hard not to get caught up in the emotion of a 24-hour race, whether you're working in it, driving in it, whatever, because of, you work long hours, you're in the midst of it, especially in the pit lane, for example, if you're connected to a team, and you can understand why people have a tear in their eye.
Yeah, I mean, I've competed in a number of 24-hour races, and I've often joked that for me, they were always 22 hours too long. But on the occasions when you finish it, and I only finished 2 24-hour races, but there's a sense of achievement that you only experience by taking the checkered flag. And I can understand what's going on all the way through the pit lane, from the number 88 car all the way down to whoever finished last. Well, that was Lewis Proctor, 39 laps down. They finished this race. It is a monumental achievement.
Well, Jules Gounon has won this race before, and I wonder if this is a more special victory. He makes his way down towards the podium, and are they going to go en masse? The podium is on the other side of the circuit, so the drivers will be going en masse. Jules Gounon is there.
Where Danny Junqueira has been mugged by either friends of friends or whomever. Just
so here's the line through the fans into the village. The SRO officials wave the car in, and this is a great idea to take the winning cars into the fan village. It'll drive under the winner's arch, and then the podium beckons for number 88 of Raffaele Marciello, of Jules Gounon, and Danny Junqueira.
Little adjustment to make sure the car gets in.
There is the winning car, the winners of the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. Out gets Raffaele Marciello, he's brought the winning car home, and he is going to be absolutely delighted with that, but he's going to have to wait for his teammates. They're on their way. Raffaele can celebrate on top of the car. Yes, he says. That is an overdue win.
Well, for a man who always appears to be so cool, so unemotional, he has expressed it, and it's been a long time coming. He has waited, certainly for the last 3 years, to achieve this success. And now it'll be interesting to see how he reacts when he gets the interview. And will this be a totally different character and personality to the one that we're accustomed to seeing?
Well, as the cars come then now into that winners area, the victors, of course, from the overall silver, the gold, the bronze, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, which is the outright winner as well. There's an awful lot to celebrate. There's the King's Cup as well, which goes to the winning manufacturer, the Coupe de Roi.
I thought that was a beer.
If it is, it's the one I've not tried this week. So down they all park. And then there's going to be quite some time, I think, before all the drivers are readied. The officials have put out a bulletin saying we need your help to get the drivers there as quickly as possible. Some just can't believe what they've achieved, look.
Well, it is, as I said, it's the emotion of and the reality of actually completing and finishing in 24 hours. It's until you've achieved it, you will never ever experience it. You'll never understand it.
That's a very emotional Thomas Neubauer as the silver winner, but it's time we heard from Raffaele Marciello, isn't it? Gemma Scott's down there with the race winner.
Lello, you did it. Congratulations. The emotion's high. The first win from pole since 2014, and your first win here in Spa.
Yeah, I mean, we always been quick in Spa. I mean, at least for myself, I always been quick in all the 24 hours. I always saw the brands, other drivers win it, and I mean, it was always annoying, always sad, because we were always losing it. So finally, to win the race with Akka, Cody, that we are together since a long time with Danny, Jules. It's an amazing feeling, and I cannot wait that they're coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching on at the end of the race there, the boys were really nervous for you, but just the emotion is incredible. The whole team really feeling it. It means a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, we know MG how much they struggle in the big one, so to finally win it and to bring the car to trophy back to Farteback, yeah, means a lot. But yeah, especially for me to finally win it, it means a lot.
Finally.
Congratulations to you, Lello. Thank you.
And Luca Stoltz finishing second, the first person to come and say, well done. And Luca so near and yet so far. 31 seconds, that winning margin. But of course, they share cars on occasions. There you've got Rahal Frey getting out of the Iron Dames Ferrari, and Rima Jafali getting out of the bronze winning Mercedes. That's a good photograph, isn't it, to prove how the women in motorsport brand in part, but how their ability has moved on and how successful they are.
Is this emancipation in motorsport, which is there's always been many successful women competitors, but here we've had two teams, separate teams of women winning their category.
I suppose what I was trying to say, not very well, is that's not a token gesture on an entry list. Those are proper competitive racing drivers that have done a fantastic job. Yeah. And Thomas Neubauer is I mean, he's not the outright winner, he's a class winner, but it's taking a long time for that to sink in. He's done most of the driving, it feels, in that car now. We've got Raffaele, Jules and Danny together, so they are absolutely euphoric. Thomas Neubauer almost giving the impression that he's been defeated, but he's won the Silver Cup, won it in style.
Again, so the wave of emotion that all these human beings have to cope with, and then you see it on their faces.
So let's try and get back down to Gemma in the winners area. I think she's got Rahal Frey from the Iron Dames with her.
You look very fresh, you don't need to worry, Rahal. Fantastic result, bringing it home for the girls. The smile says everything.
Yeah, absolutely. This is simply amazing. We are thrilled, I mean, to win the class. Thank you very much, team. Everyone did amazing. We had a very reliable car today. We think in pink. Thank you very much, Iron Dames.
This is a massive message for young girls coming into the sport, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see more of them. We want to see them racing in pink. So please, girls, never ever give up and keep on fighting.
Absolutely, and you fought well right to the end. Well done again, Rahel.
Thank you very much.
Great job by Rahel Frey and Michelle Gatting and Sarah Bouvy and Dorian Pau as well, who in her own right has been a race winner in the last few weeks in the European Ferrari Challenge. So the Iron Dames Ferrari doing a quite outstanding job.
I think they've done an excellent job. I mean, to win that category outright against some extremely strong competition, but they kept out of trouble, didn't make mistakes, and the consequence is they've won the bronze cup, the gold cup.
Now another good win, Rima Jafali. Rima takes bronze.
Rima, not only our bronze winner, but making history, our first Saudi female driver on the podium here in GT3. A wonderful result. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. First of all, I have to thank the team, my teammates. They did a fantastic job. It was by far my toughest race, but so rewarding, so much fun. I'm definitely up for more of this, but I also have to congratulate the Iron Dames. What an amazing achievement as well. So nice to see more women up here, and hopefully we see more and more.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a tough race. The emotions are all over the place, and right now here, the atmosphere is wonderful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can't wait to see my teammates and give them a hug, but yeah, it's fantastic. Super, super happy.
We are for you as well. Thank you very much. Well done again.
Thank you.
Great effort that by Rima Jafali. And the crowd strike, Mercedes, George Kurtz, Valentin Pierberg, Tim Muller and Rima Jafali. It's a real cosmopolitan mix of drivers and backgrounds, but they've gelled beautifully and come through to win the Bronze Cup here in the 24 Hours of Spa.
Well, it's very important when you've got 4 individuals all to work as a team. As well, there's the boss.
Stefan Rattal with Louis Mackiels, who's been a stalwart customer and supporter and racer within SRO Championships, and getting on as well as ever. And that's a third win for Louis Mackiels in the 24 Hours of Spa, and it'll mean just as much as all the others, I'm sure, if not more. So look at the throng of people down there, and somewhere in all of that are the winning drivers. It has been a fantastic effort by Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon and Danny Juncadella. A maiden win for Raffaele and Danny, a second win for Jules, and it's Mercedes AMG that triumphs in the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. So as the fans congregate, the drivers being rounded up, and we'll get them up to the podium shortly. But what about our silver winner? Thomas Neubauer looked so emotional when he got out of the car. Let's hear from him.
Thomas, so emotional. It's not quite sunk in, has it? You can't quite believe this has happened.
Yeah, honestly, it feels weird. I don't have the words. I don't even know where I am. I am obviously very happy. I can't wait to celebrate this with my teammates, my team, engineers, mechanics, parents, family, friends. Honestly, it's crazy. I think it was the most difficult last stint of my life. Not physically, but mentally. The last few laps were really, really difficult. In this moment, you are thinking about everything, puncture, crash, whatsoever. So you're like, yeah, it's very, very, very tough, but I really want to thank you all, the team, my teammates, everybody involved for this race, because yeah, honestly, they gave it all, we gave it all. Remember, we had a chat in the night saying like we were driving pretty easily. Well, I think we managed it to the end. It was the main goal, to not have any penalty, any issue, and so on. So I think, yeah, big thank you to the team, strategy, and everybody, honestly.
There's been a lot of highs and lows for the team in this whole race, but now this is the ultimate high to go out on and for you to remember as a wonderful, wonderful moment.
Yeah, honestly, it's difficult because I think the two of the pro cars were really competitive, but it's not the race they wanted for sure, not the race I wanted for them. We're a team, and I want to see also my teammates on the best step of the podium. But yeah, it is how it is. I really want to thanks them, especially because they still could, think about our race and focus on our race. So, yeah, big thank you to this team. I now understand why they are so difficult to beat on track.
Well done, congratulations. Let it sink in.
So it's taking the co-drivers quite a while to get down to the podium, but as the drivers then celebrate, and Thomas Neubauer and his father see just how much it means. That is 13th overall, but a class win. They fought as hard as anybody for that, and in the end, that car, the best of the WRT Audis, I don't think we'll ever really be quite as surprised as we have been with how tough a race it's been for Audi.
It's been, I think, the most difficult race that certainly I remember in all the time I've been coming to Spa for the RD brand. And I mean, all they can do is go back, analyse, regroup, and come back next year.
Louis Machiels has done it again in Pro-Am. He's got a gold card account for the podium here, I think. Let's hear from Louis Machiels right now.
Louis, congratulations, Pro-Am winners.
Oh, it's so great. We are, last time was about 10 years ago. So it's a dream, it's coming true. It's a third win for me, Berto, and all the team. So I'm so happy. Yeah, we will see next year if we come back, but I'm becoming a little bit older, 51, but I'm still feeling good, so it's incredible. This was an addition, unbelievable. So much crowd, everything. Oh,
just a lot to take in, isn't it? But come on, you've got to come back. You've got to defend this title. You've still got it in you, and to do it at home as well.
That's true. Especially because it's home, it's Belgium. I'm a real Belgian one, so I will drink tonight a few beers.
We'll all have some on your behalf as well. Congratulations, Louis. Well done. Great drive.
And now that co-drivers are arriving, you can see the celebrations going on in the background. Louis Machiels, very, very proud Belgian driver. He's been a very successful GT racer, and he may not have been the fastest driver in that car, but he knows exactly what to do to fulfill his role as the AM in a Pro-Am car. Not make mistakes, keep it out of trouble, and they've come home victorious.
Well, so certainly a stalwart competitor, and again, continuity. Just keep out of trouble. You know, if you're uncertain, don't put your nose somewhere that you might get it chopped off, or you might get into contact with other cars.
So the drivers then busy celebrating, but as yet not being rounded up for the podium. We need some winners, I think, to get to the podium from the overall competition here.
Thomas Neubaugh really, it's affected them quite substantially.
Isn't it just?
I mean, just I think it's a lot of his mental exhaustion as much as anything else. He said there was the mental aspect in the last half hour or so was the difficult bit. The physical bit, not a problem. It was just the entire realization, but the mental stress and pressure. So he'll have a quiet evening, I imagine, and with family and friends, and then it'll all sink in.
Well, let's have a look at the result now that we've seen the reaction as the Mercedes AMG GT3s take a 1-2 from the Codex ASP and Team Get Speed. A win for Raffaele Marciello, Danny Juncadella and Jules Gounon from Lucas Stoltz, Stein Schotthorst and Maxi Goetz, with Antonio Fuoco, Daniel Serra and Davide Rigon taking third. Great effort to be 13th for winning silvers, Jean-Baptiste Simonau, Benji Goethe, and a very emotional Thomas Neubaugh with Marius Zug, Yusuf Bohaka, Nicolas Scherl and Alex Arca finishing second in the Silver Cup. They were 15th overall. Remember, this is also a result within the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, as much as Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. The winning gold Cup car, 18th overall, the Iron Dames Ferrari of Rahul Frey, Dorian Pain, Sarah Bovey and Michel Gatting. From number 33 Audi of Ulysse de Pauw, Maxime and Arnold Robin and Ruggiero Tomita. Third in the class being the Sky Tempesta Mercedes of Jonathan Hui, Loris Spinelli, Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever. The winning Pro-Am, 20th, Stefano Constantini with Louis Machiels, Andrea Bertolini and Alessio Rovera. And the winning bronze, finishing in 34th place, was the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, driven by Rima Al-Jafali, Valentin Pierberg, George Kurtz and Tim Muller. Out of 66 that started, we had ultimately 37 of them making it to the end, being classified with quite a long way back. Ross Gunn's, Aston Martin, and not getting to the end, I don't think, ultimately. Lewis Proctor's rather struggled Mercedes, Audi as well. But some hard luck stories as ever, some big names we lost in the night, some dramas all the way through. But a race that kept us talking pretty much right to the very end. It might not have had last year's drama of the round the outside move in the wet at Blanchimont, but certainly so many potential winners and their strategies keeping us guessing, keeping us talking, and a wide open race all the way through as Loris Spinelli there goes to congratulate the Pro-Am winning drivers. And again, you can see how much it all means, can't you?
Oh, I mean, it's just, I don't want to repeat myself. I know what this emotion is like, and it's something that I didn't appreciate it until I experienced it, and once you've experienced it, then you fully can appreciate it.
Andrea Bertolini there, just nearest the camera. Andrea has won this twice outright. Now he's a Pro-Am winner, but the delight is no less dimmed, is it? Even though it's not an overall victory. So the winning drivers then head for the podium. The fans go for a wander, either up the hill or down. But just being on a racetrack is quite a rare occasion.
And what the camera doesn't really do is it tends to flatten out everything, but that is a steep climb up out of Eau Rouge.
So let's do the overall podium first of all. It's going to be TotalEnergies representative to present the trophies. And the drivers will be called forward by Vincent Franson, the Spa circuit commentator. Benedette Spinoy is there to present them. And so the drivers then brought forward. And that means that the third place drivers of David Irigon, Antonio Fuoco and Daniel Serra step forward on to the podium. The SRO officials making sure the right people are in the right place at the right time with the right caps, and step forward they do for third place on that patriotic Belgian podium. Antonio Fuoco, Daniel Serra and David Irigon take third. Second to Stein Schotthorst, to Maxi Goetz and to Luca Stolz. They step forward from AMG Team Get Speed to take second place. And then for the top step of the podium, a maiden win for Danny Junqueira, for Raffaele Marciello, a second win for Jules Gounon, and a first win as a team principal for Jérôme Policon, who steps forward first of all. Acodis ASP, the ASP is Autosport Promotion. Jérôme Policon, a great race driver himself, takes the honours as the team principal. And there, the winning drivers. A huge cheer for Danny Junqueira, for Raffaele Marciello, for Jules Gounon, the winners of the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. They win by 31 seconds. A brilliant drive to round out a fantastic edition in the great history of a truly great race. So congratulations to Jérôme Policon, who stands there as a proud team boss, to Gianni Junqueira, to Jules Gounon, to Raffaele Marciello. And so now the trophies presented by Benedette Spinoy from TotalEnergies, very enthusiastic supporter of the 24 Hours of Spa. And the trophies then being presented to the Iron Lynx Ferrari drivers, last year's winning team. Benedette Spinoy, the managing director of TotalEnergies Belgium there. The drivers, Daniel Serra, David Irigon and Antonio Fuoco in third. And I think I said during the race, after David Irigon's travails last year, a podium result, John, is justifiably a very good feel-good story.
It certainly is, and it took David Irigon quite a time to... He didn't rush his recovery, and I think that was a very important element in the recovery. He didn't try and do what racing drivers normally do, and that's get back into a car actually long before they should be. So he took his time, got his fitness back, and has come back, and, well, a stellar effort by David Irigon to take that third position on the podium.
Trophies have gone to our second place drivers, trophies going to the winning drivers, to Jules Gounon, to Raffaele Marciello and to Danny Junqueira. And so it's been a long time since that last Mercedes victory when it was Max's Goetz and Buch with Ben Schneider, but top job done, and a Mercedes AMG 1-2 here. Jérôme Poliquin holds his trophy aloft, and there are the winners of the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. In a moment, the trophies will be held aloft. The cheers will go up as Jules Gounon, Danny Juncadella and Raffaele Marciello celebrate victory here. The medals being presented for the Intercontinental GT Challenge places as well.
À la troisième place, Antonio Foucault, Daniel Serra, David Rigon. À la deuxième place également, Lucas Stoll, Stint, Scott Horst et Maximilian Goetz. Et là aussi, au niveau de l'IGTC, Raffaele Marciello, Daniel Juncadella et Jules Gounon.
So an outstanding job done by the Mercedes drivers. And as Laurent Granville from SRO has presented the IGTC drivers with their winners' medals, I think now there can be the Coupe d'Or, oh no, the winner's trophy rather, the Coupe d'Or for the manufacturer, isn't it? But there, the founder and CEO of SRO Motorsports Group, Stéphane Rattel, hands over the winner's trophy, which is a mighty thing to Jules Gounon, Danny Juncadella and Raffaele Marciello, the winners of the 24 Hours of Spa. So the trophy presented, and now I think possibly the champagne is ready as well.
TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa.
So for the winning drivers, trophies in the air. And we'll have the champagne for the winning drivers at the end of what has been a very grueling race indeed. Well done to Raffaele Marciello, to Jules Gounon, to Danny Juncadella, winners of the 2022 TotalEnergies 24 Hours of Spa. So the overall podium done. So the bottles clink, the drivers celebrate, and in a few moments' time we will move to the next of our podiums, which is going to be rattling through that list of silvers, golds, bronzes of the Coupe d'Or, the winning manufacturer as well. So as far as the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup for drivers is concerned, Jules Gounon, Danny Juncadella and Raffaele Marciello leave Spa clear by 11 points from Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon and Antonio Fuoco. Lucas Stoltz third with Stein, Scott Horst tied on points with James Collado, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. Well, it's been quite a race, that's for sure, and there are plenty more celebrations to come as you look at the remaining points within that leading group. So as the Endurance Cup for Drivers points is confirmed, the podium is being made ready for the next group of drivers. And to the podium next with Yves Backlin from the RACB ready to make the presentations. As I say, we're working our way through, and it's going to be the Silver Cup that comes up next. And the drivers, Ben Constanduris, being called forward. This is the, Coupe d'Or, I think, for the winning manufacturer first. So representatives are there, and the winning manufacturer, Mercedes AMG, with that 1-2, the Coupe d'Or, the King's Cup, very important part of the history of this event. And what a result, Ben, for Mercedes AMG this weekend.
So close to 1-2-3, but even
yes,
even a 1-2 is huge for a team that you would assume has done so much success here, but actually, in fact, hasn't really had the success that we would assume to have. 1960s was the first time we saw the Mercedes on the top of the podium, and the last time in 2013. Now we move on to our next podium, which should be the Coupe d'Or.
14 Emil Frey Racing. The second place for the Attento Racing Car 99, it was an Audi Marius Zug.
And we are now into the Silver Cup, which is the 99 Audi, getting onto the second step of the podium, and therefore the very emotional Neubauer, who brought the car across the line, sharing that machine with Benjamin Goeth and Jean-Baptiste Simenauer for WRT, and a small consolation of what should have been for WRT, with Audi normally so at the sharp end of the field, but with so many issues for the strong Belgian squad. At least they get to stand on the top step of the podium with the Ronald Goeth sponsored machine. And there are our drivers. Seem to be relatively clean for Team WRT. Second best Audi team in 13th overall. Audi 1-2 on the podium with third placed Lamborghini, number 14, Emil Frey Lamborghini. Stuart White finishing with that car. That was the car that had a puncture right at the end and dropped from second. It was probably going to drop from second anyway due to its pit stop, so managing to rectify its situation. Thomas Jakemeyer, the founder and CEO of Fanatec. Fanatec to many, but to Jakemeyer, Fanatec. And he is an absolute passionate motor racer himself. 25 years of Fanatec this year, and pumping in support to the SRO European Endurance Silver Cup, and of course the esports championships that has played such a major role for him in being involved this year and next year as well, and last year. So WRT getting themselves a Silver Cup trophy. And now the trophies for our top three gentlemen. Thomas Neubauer absolutely knackered at the end of the race. Hopefully the smile has come back onto his face, because whilst it was joy, it was exhaustion as well. And he now lifts the trophy above his head with Benjamin Goeth and Jean-Baptiste Simenauer. So we saw quite a lot of sharing that car. They ended up a minute and a half ahead of the Attempto Racing Audi in second place. And there we go, the prizes from Pirelli. 6 sets of tyres to the third place in Silver Cup. And for the winner, 14 sets of tyres. You could do a couple of 3-hour races with that quite easily. That reduces the budget for next time. Of course, Hockenheim, the next round of our endurance series. After a well-earned break for the whole of the SRO team across August, we go back to the endurance and the sprint cup in September and October time. Photos are taken, and we'll move on to the next of our podiums. There's the champagne sprays down there in the fan village. A great modification for the podiums this year. It does look absolutely spectacular, right in the heart of where all the fans are congregating. The central path up to that brand new grandstand, and where we saw all the festivities and the concerts last night. Now very much the focus of the motorsport. Stuart White with his South African flag. And we clear out the second podium to move on to our next one. We've got gold, we have just seen the silvers, we've obviously got the bronze as well, and the Pro-Am Cup. So there is the championship standings for silver after the Spa 24 hours, and Thomas Neubauer and Benjamin Goeth, the two drivers with Jean-Baptiste Simonal, all on 84 points, a good way ahead now of Alex Acker's Attempter Racing crew of Nicolas Scholl and Marius Zug, Axel Jeffries, Al-Fasil Al-Zubar, and Fabian Schiller in third position. Plenty of our Silver Cup competitors managing to get to the end of our 24 hours. So many trained in the world of SRO through the GT4 categories. And we're now moving on to our next category, which is gold. And there is the Sky Tempesta Racing crew that have been involved in so much action across the 24 hours. Christopher Froggatt, Eddie Cheever, Loris Spinelli, and Jonathan Hui. Third position, would you believe? So many stories to tell, so many adventures throughout the race. The 33 Audi, second position from Team WRT. Ulysse de Paul, Roy Tomita, Arna Robin, and Maxime Robert in second position. But well ahead of the rest, the all-female crew of Iron Dames. History being made here at Spa. Réal Frère, Sarah Bovy, Michelle Gatting, and Dorian Pa. An all-female crew on the top step of the podium. This must be particularly special for Sarah Bovy, very, very local to this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Sean Henry, the Chief Security Officer of CrowdStrike, will be presenting the trophies. CrowdStrike will be taking over title sponsorship of the 24 Hours of Spa next year as TotalEnergies bow out after 15 years of title sponsorship. And we look forward to welcoming CrowdStrike in a much larger sense over the next couple of years. The trophies to Sky Tempesta Racing, the Mercedes somehow making it to the end. I don't know how many times that car faced the wrong direction at points, but ultimately when the pace was there, the pace was enough to keep away from the chasing pack, and they were only 5 seconds ahead of the Inception Racing McLaren by the end of the race. Trophies for second position for Team WRT. And now the Iron Dames. The Iron Dames brand becoming a really big thing in the world of motorsport, creating a real following thanks to the efforts of our female racers in the biggest endurance racing of the world. Other females, of course, entered into this race, including Sam Tam. We saw quite a lot of Samantha at the end of the race there. But really, the headline grabbers is that pink Ferrari and the Iron Dames crew. And they absolutely did it on merit. They were miles ahead of their competitors throughout the 24 hours, absolutely in control. The Ferrari seemed to work incredibly well, where perhaps with other crews it didn't work so well. And the girls did exactly what they needed to do. Did not put a foot wrong. Even Michelle Gatting at points in the race when we spoke to her, not necessarily fully comfortable with how the car felt, but ultimately didn't make any errors or big problems. Sarah Bovy gets a proper shower from Thomas Neubauer. That's Uwe de Paal, sorry. We talked in the race about how little Dorian Pye is. You can see there on the podium, standing next to Sarah Bovey. Those seat inserts we were talking about, very much needed for Dorian. French, Danish, Belgian, Swiss crew taking the honours. And now we reset to our next podium ceremony. While we reset it, here is the Gold Cup points with the Iron Dames crew now leading by 8 points over Frederick Schandorf, Oliver Milroy and Brendan Ebert, which is Inception Racing. They have a 10-point advantage over the Renault twins and SRO Motorsports. Dorian Power with her addition to the crew here at Spa for the 24 hours, up into 4th in the championship. That's how many points you get, both in the 6, 12 and 24 hours of this 24 hours of Spa. 2 more rounds, of course, coming up. Hockenheim and Barcelona will round out our 2022 championship, and very much a similar thing for 2023 as well. Just replacing Imola that we started with back to Monza for next year. On to Pro-Am then. And El Bamba's squad, the Singer Porsche, down in 30th overall. El Bamba sharing the car with Christopher Amon, Tathan Sirikul and Birabandi. In second position, the 75 crew, the Sun Energy SPS Performance of Martin Conrad, Kenny Habel, Philip Ellis and Dominic Baumann. And then the winners, again, miles ahead of their rivals and had been for most of the race. Yet another victory for the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari of Stefan Constantini, Louis Michels and Andrea Bertolini, with Alessio Rovera also putting in some really good stints this morning to secure and solidify their performance. At points, we saw that traditional Ferrari-coloured Ferrari right up with the very best, especially in the hands of Andrea Bertolini. He really was causing issues for some of our leading overall contenders. Such was the pace he was able to pedal out of that car, even if it might have not been set up absolutely ideally for a professional driver. It needs to be compromised a little bit. And we are actually adding some more people to this podium. I think we're getting our 2 Bronze Cup teams as well up there. So that is the number 20 SPS Performance Mercedes of George Kurtz, Valentin Pierberg, Tim Muller and Rema Jafali. And the Italian national anthem rings out over Spa. Justin Hyde from Mobileye, Director of Communications, will present the trophies. Another of our new technology partners for 2022. And Mobileye really very, very interested in what they can do to be involved with motorsport, having developed many of the sensors that help you drive your road cars, all those lane assists and driving assists effectively come from this Israeli company. And they have many an ambition to continue to grow that company, as well as the association with SRO, both in the real world and the virtual. Had a very interesting presentation last night from Mobileye, from Justin, in fact, about exactly what they do and how they're going to be involved in the future. They're, of course, raising a trophy for victory in the Pro-Am Cup. WRT taking 2 trophies in the classes. Mercedes, obviously, Akudis ASB taking the overall victory. And Air, of course, is such a huge supporter of SRO Motorsports. Huge amount of effort, garage, cars, obviously with support with Iron Dames as well. But that is a legitimate AF course branded machine with the colours as well. And to the bronze crew, I think it's the only bronze crew that ended up taking the checkered flag. No, the 35 did end up, the Vulcan horse car did end up taking the checkered flag, but just the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes on our podium. And I'm afraid the champagne looks to have been prematurely popped because the trophies haven't quite made it over to our bronze crew. And just a reminder that we have our Saudi Arabian female in that crew as well. So whilst Iron Dames have been flying the flag for females, George Kurtz is trying to get there now. There we go. Amri Bertolon is the presenter of the trophy, and he finally gets it. That was wise from Amri not to try and cross the line of champagne spraying. Kurtz, Muller, Rema Jafali and Pierberg. As I say, not only do we have Iron Dames flying the flag for female races, but Rema doing an amazing job, not only for that, but also for Saudi Arabia and all the various messages that come out of Saudi Arabia and females driving, let alone motorsport. She's doing a fantastic job this year, trained by Adam Christodoulou and coming on leaps and bounds.
Ça fait particulièrement plaisir. Voilà pour ce dernier podium, c'était celui de la Pro-Am Cup. On était absolument ravis d'avoir passé cette TotalEnergies 24 hours de ce soir.
Let's take a look then at the highlights here from the Spa 24 hours as the champagne sprays. And it was just over 24 hours ago, under beautiful blue skies, that we went racing, and Klaus Bachler instantly took the lead from second on the grid. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche moving into the lead, and it was very, very calm, in fact, through the first couple of hours of racing, as everyone kind of found their stride. There was no big chaos. There was a little bit of sorting out to do with cars 3 wide up the Kemmel Straight, but ultimately weather played fair, and therefore, until we started to see the odd touch and go here, most of the time, cars played it nice. A little bit aggressive from Lucas Stoltz here on Com Ledegar, down towards Eau Rouge. Ledegar having to take to the grass as the number 88 machine moved its way to the lead of the race. The first major retirement was the number 26 of Cesar Gazos, and that was a heavy impact into the wall. He managed to get himself to the pit lane, but obviously the car hugely damaged. Number 15, Lenz Lederhauser, had a multitude of spins as we went through a cycle of full course yellows, reset to safety car, and then back to packed racing once more. And safety cars breed safety cars. Even if it was little touches, unfortunately, by going into the gravel traps, we did cause other incidents like this. Full course yellow caused, car slows down, other one drives into the back of them. There was Jens Lederhauser's second issue, and collected by the McLaren. And then this rather large lose, Karamoje into the wall, into the gravel, gravel sprayed across the circuit, and unfortunately in total we had something like, oh, that list has gone, but I think it's like 16 full course yellows in total, as the Sky Tempesta Racing got itself out of the way of charging cars further back. Daniel Serra there, slightly outbraking himself, and for a moment looked like there would be contact, but managed to save it and keep that 70 car on the straight and narrow. The parties began and the sun went down, and with that a new set of challenges. That was Sebastian Beau that's spinning up at Les Combes, and suddenly headlights facing in the wrong direction. We never identified who this one was, but a very, very close encounter with the speaker's corner barrier. Raffaele Marcello down the inside of the Iron Lynx Ferrari, as a huge accident for the Lamborghini of Alberto Costa cost them a retirement for the 63 machine. Didn't even know why that had happened. We then had another 911 Alfred Renauer going off the circuit, and finally, after the Bentley visiting the gravel for a few times, it had to pull out with a transmission issue. We did have one red flag during the night stint, in the dead of night. Unfortunately, Matthew Payne finding the barrier at Blanchimont, not before other contacts up at the Les Combes. It was displayed as David Perel aboard that 21 machine. He assures me it wasn't him at the time. Pit stops every single hour means you really had to snatch the sleep when you could, and as we went into the second half of the race, the BMW of Nicky Katzberg found himself at the head of the field. Really good pace in the night from the BMW. Audi versus Audi, WRT versus WRT, contact at last source. That eliminated the 32 machine. Nico Müller was aboard the 46 that assaulted the back end of the 32 and was absolutely embarrassed by that, not least the 51 spinning under safety car, with also a similar level of embarrassment. At the same time, the 71 got a penalty for infringements during pit stops. As we then moved into the second day, the longer of the 2 days, with the race finish at 4:45, was Henry Valkenhorst just having to pinch to avoid contact with our leader and losing the rear end. And suddenly the Get Speed Mercedes came into its own. That was a lose from the Valkenhorst Turner Motorsport machine, bringing out one of our full course yellows. Puncture probably caused it rather than an effect. And of course that then bunches up the field once more. We had 10 cars on the lead lap throughout the second half of the race. This was a very unfortunate incident for the 24 second Herbert Motorsport car. Got put in the gravel, went back to the pits, got a new set of boots on. It wasn't done up, and he then had to retire. This was probably one of the bigger crashes that we saw throughout the race. The 188 of Miguel Ramos being tagged into the wall, and that caused a long, lengthy barrier repair, which meant we lost about an hour's worth of action in this morning. Jules Gounon then started a real push, passing the 47 KCMG Porsche. And then what about this? Nicky Team, side by side, no contact, but by simply getting upset by the aero of the car, a huge spin from Nicky Team. Very, very lucky to avoid contact with the wall and contact with other cars. The 88 struggling with its door latch, but ultimately a quick slam would get it back underway. Now, Nick Yellerly pushing incredibly hard for Rover 98 after Nicky Katzberg led most of the way. They did find themselves on the wrong strategy at one point and really required the drivers to push incredibly hard. It looked like he was doing a fantastic job. Unfortunately, though, he then got himself a puncture and dropped down to outside the top 10. Here was the puncture. This is where he first felt it going into Pouin. And therefore half a lap to get back to the pit lane. Nick Yellerly, unfortunately, therefore ending up down in 6th position, with Nick Katzberg finishing the race for the squad. Mercedes versus Mercedes for the lead. Raffaele Marcello being forced off the circuit by Luca Stolz. It's the second of Luca's elbows. But Marcello's pace was absolutely mighty. He might have lost 3 or 4 seconds there, but he then got his head down and started to chase down the lead once more. Further back, side by side, Mauro Engel going around the outside through the first part of the Fagna and moving himself up with great tyres come the end. The 14 second place in Silver Cup with a puncture and plenty of debris distributed all over the circuit. Dan Harper then for BMW Junior Squad going around the outside of Blanchimont, made it stick. It looked like he had the pace to keep going forwards, but Mauro Engel then had fresher tyres and was able to get himself up into 4th position. Nervous moments for Jules Gounon, Danny Iucadella and Rafael Marcello, but they didn't need to be nervous. The 88 car was strong this year, and the first time since 2013 Mercedes win here at Spa-Francorchamps, and they are absolutely delighted. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed all our action. Have a great rest of your weekend. See you next year.